Truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room. Witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have Jerry Thorne, lawyer, political strategist, an insider in the corridors of power, ready to take on any side of the debate with her signature eloquence and grit. C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Tuesday, the 24th of September, 2019. How are you doing? Welcome to the Situation Room. Everybody's in the room this morning. C.T. Muga, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
How are you doing?
I am doing well. Yes. Well, why are you looking surprised? Am I not supposed to be doing this well?
The way you sound, I am doing well.
I am
There's a
doing
story
well.
behind it,
Yes, there is a story behind it.
Pray tell.
You know, every morning when I wake up, that's what I do, I just wake up. Today I actually had a dream.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I dream and I sometimes remember I had a dream, but I don't remember the dream. Today I remember the dream. But that's a story for another day.
Sunset dreams.
Yes.
Ndu Oko.
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Had a good day yesterday? Rest of your day?
Yes, I was a bit burdened by what we saw happening yesterday in the morning, so that weighed quite heavily on me.
Yes, it actually has done that to many of us, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure even CT, of course, that's what he's talking about. You may find it's one of the reasons why he had a dream. You know, his mind was not at ease completely. So there was a lot that's happening, you know, that triggered a lot of things to happen in your mind.
Yes, they say the subconscious becomes awake.
Yes.
Yes.
And this is...
So my subconscious woke up.
Jerry.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
Okay.
Nobody ever asks you how you are. How are you, Eric?
I'm very well, thank
Good.
you.
How was your day yesterday?
It was
Let's
very
grill
good.
you the way you do us.
My day yesterday was good. It was
Okay.
busy, but also, like I'm saying, weighed down by what was happening in Dagoretti South. It's a very sad and tragic thing that happened. So actually, let's just dive into it and look at how it was covered in the various media houses. The Standard says, "I sent my child to her death," and they are quoting the mother of Whitney Wekesa. That's Mildred Nalieka. Whitney Wekesa is one of the children who passed on yesterday, only 7 years old.
It's heart-wrenching. Very emotive headline. A mother crying, and then they've got the pictures and names of the 7, or there's 5 on here, but the children that passed away in this unfortunate tragedy. Always good to put names to them as well. It just stops, them being figures sometimes, and maybe we can take lives a little more seriously. So you've got those Jermaine City, she's 14. There's Tedious Kenyanjui, 13. Jacqueline Gasare, 12. Whitney Wekesa, 7. Emma Idambo, 13. So very young lives there. Yeah. Needlessly lost, unfortunately.
And I think the Standard has wide coverage on this. Page 2, 3, and 4, they didn't have to die. The country was thrown into mourning after school in Dagoretti, Nairobi County collapses and takes with it 8 innocent lives. Among the stories that actually they've told the stories of some of these children. And also that signs that the building will collapse were all over and the warning was ignored.
My question is, if I relate this to media, publishing, and the sort of social aspect, the story here, it's all over the papers today, but are we going to follow this through to its natural conclusion, in that are we going to put pressure on those culpable to come or to be brought to book? It would be good if the papers could keep this story going, keep it alive until we get to the end of it.
Indeed. I think we shall be discussing this story in depth for the next 1 hour. Other headlines today?
Well, one of the things that is actually was not just it's in the papers this morning, but it was in the TV. There were demonstrations in Mombasa as of yesterday, and it centered around the monopoly, as it is said, of the SGR.
It's actually in the paper.
It is. It and what it portends, because there are other functions that contribute to the processes of moving goods, logistics as we call them, that are all going to be shut down, literally, because of the monopoly that has been given to SGR. Now, in the spirit of free trade, this is free trade being killed completely. Because when you suggest or you make a dictum that people must do things in just one particular way, and yet the options have always been there. People have invested in that in this industry. You actually ask, so what happens to all the people who have worked? The railway has always been there. Then it died, then it was resurrected. But why are you limiting the choice that people have for moving their goods when the railway is not necessarily, given this particular railway, which doesn't have the networks as the previous one had, it actually makes the entire process of transportation that much more expensive, that much more cumbersome. Why insist?
Well, of course, the government has to pay 12 billion just to manage this service before it starts to make profits, which they're failing short to do. So you can see some of the measures being put in place. A little draconian, absolutely, but you could argue that it's progress. I don't like the trucks on the road, so maybe this is an evolution in transport, perhaps.
Well, clearly.
I don't overlook the plight of those involved in transport previously. It's but it's worth noting that,
I think the case
systems change.
Case should have been made by government on. So let's look at the economy. Let's look at the impact on the economy, on the local economy, and come up with programs that actually address those issues. For example, I've heard people saying in Mombasa, if you started thinking of very well creation of the special economic zones, you'd promote that. You'd promote local manufacturing there. You'd promote a lot of things that it could help. Because you're looking at, there are people whose livelihoods are going to be impacted negatively by this move.
Yes, but there's also new opportunities within the SGR that you could take up. I call this disruptive development. The way you have disruptive technology, where you have mobile phones come in and they took over, say, Kenya Postal Service. What was it called?
Kenya Post and Telecommunications.
Yes, they took over them, and these guys became obsolete.
So that particular paracel had just died. there was nothing to.
Okay, well, they had no chance of being resuscitated once mobile phones came out. Now, this is disruptive development in that we then have to move with the times. It's the equivalent of having had, donkeys previously, and then bicycles came in, and people complained, or.
Yes, your analogy is beautiful, especially the donkey and the bicycle.
Everything about me is beautiful.
Thank you very much. All round structured, beautiful. The thing is, the railway came before the truck. Now, the railway and the network that we had guaranteed this very same thing that you're saying. This particular brand of the railway doesn't have those things. So the service that ideally it's supposed to, remember, the railway network that we had was all over the country, literally. And it went to go down. It went to, meaning the very thing you're saying, it did.
There were container depots everywhere.
So just because perhaps the opportunities in the SGR haven't been realized or aren't as apparent as in the previous railway, doesn't mean there's none. I'm sure there's opportunities for business people and commuters alike.
Actually, my discussion isn't on the opportunity.
No, what you're saying, in the previous railway, there was socio-economic opportunities.
Yes,
and in this one, there isn't.
Yes.
So in this one, they may not be as apparent as
the
in the
underlying, the underlying issue that I'm raising here is that this is being argued around the ineptitude of our government, where we got into a deal that costs us a hell of a lot more than it should. Now they're unable to pay, so they put in draconian laws to ensure that these are...
Ensure that the citizens reuse it.
Yes. So, and I'm saying all this was not necessary.
Was it foreseeable with regards to the businessmen in this? Is it something they could have planned and predicted and planned for?
Yes.
It was foreseeable that they would be forced to use the SGR.
Well,
or that there'd be competition from the SGR.
Yes.
Just like the buses, it was foreseeable that, many people are going to start using the SGR to travel between Nairobi and Mombasa.
I think it's the equivalent, it's the equivalent, sorry to interrupt, Eric, it's the equivalent of, ships previously, and then, air freight came in and that took over. You didn't find ships complaining. They sort of evolved and started doing cruise ships instead and so on. So the guys need to move on with the times.
There's a market that ships have that planes can never take over. the sea still is the cheapest way of transporting things, and it is
Holds
still
the lion's share.
yes, it is still
But
the
not
one
for
means.
humans.
No. If you want speed, no, because ships are able to take bulk that no other means of transportation can. And the sea is a vast arena within which that business can be conducted with ease. The sky is even bigger, but unfortunately, flying doesn't allow for that sort of bulk. At least not yet, it doesn't. So all I'm saying is that there's room for all this. But now that room has been squeezed.
So what can they do? What's the solution?
The solution is not as complicated as
Because
one would make it sound.
This directive can actually have unintended consequences because people could stop doing that business altogether, and you would find that there's actually no freight to be transported. It could go down. So it could have that adverse effect.
No, demand will always push that business.
It will, but you see the question that I'm asking, and this is herein lies the solution. What is so difficult about talking or having? Because clearly, when you have demonstrations and noise, it means the people who are stakeholders in this business were not consulted.
They don't feel like they were consulted.
Yes,
or maybe they were consulted, but they still assumed that we could muscle our way.
So you say this is the same discussion like the one we had
like for teachers and CBC,
yes.
right? I think so. I think there must have been serious talks and consultations on the ground with the local business people, the CFSs, the transport companies, and all. And also remember there were complaints that there was a lot of internal sabotage. You know, the reason why the SGR was not picking up as much cargo as it should have was there was a lot of internal sabotage, even within the structures of the Kenya Railway.
What form did that sabotage take?
What form does it take?
Yes, I mean, sabotage has a face. So
you see it in the manner in which goods take too long to clear to get onto the SGR. When they come into the Nairobi Inland Container Depot, they take too long to clear. Remember, the president had to actually make an impromptu visit to the Inland Container Depot here, taking too long for goods to actually get cleared out of here. So it's just sending the message to you. If you're a trader and you need your goods to move faster, just use the trucks. Just truck it.
And just looking at some of the key sectors affected by this directive, of course, you've got petrol stations, for instance. We've got somebody here saying, I had 4 petrol stations in Mombasa where I used to sell more than 20,000 litres of fuel. But since this problem started, I hardly sell 5 litres in a day. So something that you wouldn't associate necessarily with trucks, that's one of the key sectors that's been affected adversely. You've also got people claiming unemployment on the rise as a result of this particular part of the transport industry going down. Of course, there's there's mechanics and managers for the business and the trucks and so on, so they'll be losing their jobs. But having said that, the SGR created numerous jobs, so you've got to look at the flip side as well.
Yeah, very many new petrol stations are going to be set up in Maimahio. At the Inland Container Depot in Maimahio.
Of interest now, there's a little news about the Huduma number. I see. You've seen it.
Yes.
Okay, what have you seen? Let me see. Have you seen what I'm seeing?
Well,
Are you seeing something
apparently
else?
it's a system that is outdated and bound to fail. A cybersecurity specialist from India has claimed that the 6 billion shilling Huduma number system acquired by Kenya is archaic and will fail. I begs the question already, even before going into the details of the story, that, was due diligence not done before this system was now acquired and then used in the country for this exercise? A gentleman whose name I cannot pronounce, who has 21 years experience in the field. No.
Just the first name is easy, Anand.
Anand, all right.
Yes.
Had 21 years experience in the field, was testifying in the case where Nubians have challenged the implementation of the NIMS, NIMS. Anand told a 3-judge bench that the system had so many loopholes that can facilitate duplication. Hence, the data is not secure.
So saying holding the information in one place is not the way to go.
Yes, there can be duplication. So many things can be done with it, apparently. And now, the question is, it's bound to fail on what? What was the purpose of the system in the first place?
Well, it's consolidation of information, one of them. And I look at it from this angle. There'll always be an expert who has a view on one from one side to the other. There must have been other experts who actually said, yes, this is the way to go. The world has gone this way. The world has gone biometric.
It's interesting.
There's a lot of things that happen biometric.
Actually, what we should note, and which is not alarming, is that this very same expert says that really there is no security. There is no such system that is absolutely secure. That's just the truth. So let's not over amplify this one to think that it is uniquely insecure.
Our data is insecure.
The moment biometrics and everything surrounding it are not guaranteed. There's no guaranteed security.
And it's not very different from a system that was previously used. So, I mean, as far as he's concerned, what he's saying is that there was no need actually to get a new one.
Take it further. These are the same complaints that we heard about with the system, the IEBC.
IEBC system, right?
Often when people want to find fault with something, they focus on the fault. And perhaps maybe one needs to look at the broader picture, because the people who pick these systems don't pick them because they are faulty. There must be something positive about them. There must be something that works. Yes.
There'll always be somebody who has a different view.
Yes, yes. And here it's the negative that's being highlighted.
Yep.
Yes.
For today.
Yes,
maybe now when the
being
state
highlighted.
responds, we'll hear different opinions.
Yes, we will.
So 24 lawyers have become senior counsel now. There's a committee, the thing of elevating lawyers into the status of senior counsel. So there's a committee that usually sits and invites people who think that they should be conferred the honor of senior counsel. They apply and the committee vets them, and then the committee comes up with a short list and forwards it to the president, and the president confers on these lawyers the honor of senior counsel. Right, so it has picked 24 new lawyers. Among those that have been picked include seasoned lawyers Fred Ngatia, Weweru Gatonye, Kirago Kimani, Judith Ongori, Wilfred Nderito, John Ohaga, Kioko Kilukumi, Zerabanu Jan Mohammed, John Chigiti, there's some, including former Mombasa Mayor Taib Ali Taib, who's also now a special prosecutor in the DPP's office, Philip Mulgore, CBK Chairman Mohammed Nyaoga. Those that curiously missed out and they had applied include Meru Governor Kiraito Morongi, Kenneth Morende, former Speaker of the National Assembly, but Martha Karua and Kalonzo Musyoka got it. The current LSK Chairman did not get it. So there are those that missed out. Of course, there were 90 applicants, and only 24 were picked.
What are the key things that, what do they look for when they bequeath this particular honor on someone?
The 9-member selection committee said it considered several factors before deciding on the final list, including depth of expertise, and also they look at how you conduct yourself. I think I saw that statement earlier yesterday. I can't remember exactly.
How you conduct yourself in that you go to the gym or you don't? Or
Yeah.
I think it's the equivalent of the Queen's Counsel or the QC.
It is.
And a recognition of almost lifetime achievements. It's not something young people would get, although you do get some young ones. I'm looking at the standard on page 7, why Cohen burial was postponed. Again, this murder that has gripped the nation, been a bit of a cliffhanger, waiting to find out what happens. Every day there's something. There was the revelation of his will, and today it's about his funeral, which didn't go ahead as planned. Supposedly, or apparently, because rabbis that were expected to travel from Kisumu and Mombasa to make the quorum of 10 needed to conduct this service, that's a Jewish funeral, did not arrive. Apparently he was quite a senior member in the Jewish community. So of course, if you remember, she had been granted leave to attend the funeral. When I say she, this is Wairimo, who is the primary accused. So she arrived there, I think, only to find that the funeral wasn't actually going to go ahead, and it's due to take place today, so that should be very interesting. I'd heard from somebody, now this is purely a rumor, that his sister's actually left the country.
Oh, she has actually. I think it was actually reported widely yesterday.
It was.
Yes.
Now that's very interesting.
She
it's an interesting turn of events. So why is that?
Soon after the will was read, she left. She said she needed to go and take care of some other matters.
What matters could be more pressing than your brother's funeral? I think there's more to this story, if you ask me. I think
there's a lot going on here.
I've got a soft spot for Wairimo as well, oddly enough, and I'm not going with the wave of accusations that we're seeing. I'm not buying into that as yet.
It'll be interesting to see how it all pans out. I think, there's probably more than meets the eye.
Absolutely.
In this case. So, those things will come to the fore. It's interesting to note that the earth is hotter than ever. So, CT, what you feel is actually not just you. It's coming from the middle of the earth. July, hottest month on record. Glaring growing gaps between agreed targets to tackle global warming and reality are what are surfacing in this discussion. The average global temperature for 2015 to 2019 is expected to be the warmest of any equivalent period on record, a new report shows. July 2019 was the hottest month recorded globally. The report, United in Science, shows that the global temperature is currently estimated to be 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial times. That was between 1850 and 1900. And 0.2 degrees Celsius warmer than 2011 to 2015. It was compiled by the World Meteorological Organization under the auspices of the Science Advisory Group of the UN Climate Action Summit 2019, which was actually taking place in June, July. Now, it's interesting to note that all of this is happening right now. Climate change is a big deal. The environment continues to suffer, of course, because of deforestation, et cetera, all sorts of things are happening, and the earth is getting hotter. The glaciers are melting, and it's actually, it's been in discussion for a very long time now, but I think the time for talk is enough. The governments actually need to come together to do something, basically to save the earth, as cliche as it sounds.
Although I don't buy into these declarations that it's the hottest since we started recording and so on, because we've only been recording temperatures for the last, 150 years? How old is the earth? So I'm sure it's, over the sort of million odd years, it's been much hotter, and maybe there's cycles that we don't know about yet.
It was even colder at some point. We froze over.
We did.
Jerry, this is not a trick question. And are you a member of WhatsApp groups? And how many?
Actually, my status on WhatsApp is no groups, please.
So you're not an admin in any?
No, I don't think so. No, probably my family one, my mum, my boys.
So there's an MP, Malava MP Malulu Injendi, who's sponsoring a bill to amend the Kenya Information and Communications Act. And he says that WhatsApp and Facebook group administrators should obtain licenses from the Communications Authority before setting up social media groups.
Oh, Lord.
The man does have a point, if we want to look into it, in that it can be looked at as a media house. You're just, you're giving out information, sharing information. Although then where do you stop? If we're meeting up for a drink, you're doing the same thing.
You need to apply for a license.
Yeah. Although, I think it would help curb this, people form groups and invite you. I think that should...
but they serve a purpose. Well, there are those that don't.
Well,
you may say that don't serve a purpose. They don't serve your purpose. You just added into
There's
it.
so many psychological intrigues. If you leave a group, it's offensive. And then it's actually anxiety-inducing for me, to be honest, these WhatsApp groups.
You added into one and you don't know what it's for.
And then you have a look, who's there? Is there anybody important? If I leave this group, will I look like I'm being snooty? It's
Start waking up at 3 a.m. to leave a WhatsApp group. People actually do that. Wait until the middle of the night, exit. And then, the members of that group usually start commenting or start posting stuff at about 4 a.m. So by the time everybody else is waking up at 7, they don't notice that you
notification's right at the top and nobody's going to scroll.
Yeah, nobody notices that you left. So let's see how this bill goes. It's all in a bit to actually start, controlling social media, I think.
The dissemination of information, I think, is what they're trying to do. And it
goes down to the simple principle of publishing.
And C.T. Muga will be discussing the issue of publishing.
Yes,
and important of information, right?
Yes, I will. When you think about it, what we are now dealing with is more or less like the unintended full cycle of a process that began and was heralded as one of the biggest things that ever happened. And when human nature kicks in, all these interesting little tidbits that have a tinge of negativity come into play, because the worst traits of human nature will make itself apparent. And that's why this issue of trying to curb it comes in. If it was all good,
nobody would have a problem.
Nobody would have an issue.
No one would have an issue with it. But the issue is because of all the negativity that has now followed this wonderful thing. Yes.
People have ill intention. So today being a Tuesday, of course, is financial. The Standard usually has an entire pullout on financial scene. So it's telling us about the Treasury's austerity tool. In fact, the headline is enemies of austerity, wastage. Despite growing talk of the need to rein in reckless state spending, politicians who rake in millions of shillings from government coffers might prove the biggest hurdle to Treasury's fat trimming exercise. That's what, it's an entire story. The Jubilee government has promised to tackle the fiscal deficit quickly, to reassure the markets and restructure the ballooning debt to ensure the next generation is not overburdened. These promises were constantly highlighted in its annual budget, where it recorded how it would achieve its target through fiscal discipline, a balance between revenues and expenditure of the government. All along, the technocrats at the Treasury have been unmistakable. Tough choice, sacrifice, and austerity. But these seem to only apply to ordinary Kenyans, not the political elite.
Only 31% of Kenyans are aware of the Universal Health Coverage Program being piloted in Kisumu, Isiolo, Nyeri, and Makueni counties. A survey released yesterday shows that in the 4 pilot counties, only 42% of the people are aware of the UHC. The nationwide perception study on universal health coverage in Kenya found that the level of awareness of UHC is highest in regions with a UHC pilot county, which kind of makes sense.
You've seen it.
If you've seen it and you maybe visited the centers, for example, and gotten some information. So those counties, obviously, where there's no presence, people don't really know what's going on. If it's something that definitely will be rolled out, this is the time, actually, to begin all kinds of civic education and information dissemination about this particular project. Because we will then get into the cycle that we've seen before of other things where people really don't know what's going on. And then you're presented with something that you have no information about and you don't know how to, to work the system, etc., etc. So I think, if it's to work, even if we're going through a pilot stage, information needs to be shared, and then you empower people when you give them the information. So that's quite high. It's quite a high number for something like medical care that affects everybody in the country.
That 36%, are they within the counties that are part of the trial, or is that nationwide?
31% is nationwide.
That's not bad.
Well, that's I wouldn't expect.
How many counties? 4 counties out of 47. The percentage is good.
Absolutely, yeah.
A third of the country knows about
it. Yeah. You don't expect people to know what's happening in other counties, generally speaking.
Only 31% of Kenyans are aware. Yeah, only 31 are aware. A third of the country knows what's going on, basically.
In 4 counties.
Yeah.
So people in those counties are aware, which is where it matters.
Is that 31% of the 4 counties or the entire nation?
The entire nation.
Good.
Nothing wrong with that. I don't even think that's news. Sorry. Speaking of not news, I'm looking at the standard paper and there's a whole pullout on a KCSE paper and KCPE. So I thought I'd take this opportunity to tease CT and ask him a question or two.
Promote biology.
Proceed.
Right. Let's have a look.
Proceed.
This is the
so it's a whole paper, actually.
Yes, it's revision papers.
There's Christian religious education here. I won't ask you on that. I know
revision.
I know you're well versed with the Bible, so we'll skip that. So I want to see if I can trip you up on something. But very interesting. Why have they put this in here?
It's not the first time.
It's a pullout. It's called a Tutasoma by Standard Group.
Right.
It's actually now meant to help children with revision of the paper.
Is this not something they can put online, make it more accessible to everybody? Because how many people are going to have access to the newspaper?
It's more difficult if it's online.
You think so?
I know so.
How many people are going to have the newspaper? How old are you at KCP? 14?
No, you can photocopy a paper.
But by the time you go and photocopy it, if you look at the number of people on Facebook, for instance, people have internet penetration is there. We can't argue that.
Of the population of school-going children, how many have access to
the internet? How many will have access to the paper and then go and photocopy
Almost
it?
everybody.
Schools.
Schools have access to the paper.
Schools will do this. Schools will photocopy. Schools will share with the students.
So schools themselves do not have past papers. They don't have the internet.
They do.
Where they can download these past papers.
No.
I think this
past
is an
papers,
exercise in futility.
You've gone ahead of yourself here. And you're clearly discussing something you don't fully understand.
Right.
Yes.
Enlighten me.
This is how it works. In preparing the students for the exams, what they normally do is they look at past papers. And they start doing this probably as early as even standard 6, 7, and they escalate it. The standard newspaper is contributing to this and helping because there are people, to get these past papers, often you have to buy them.
Right.
Now, this one is free.
This is free.
Yes.
Come to the
This
copy
is
of the
what I'm
standard.
asking. Do schools not have the internet where they can download?
No.
But they have photocopying
The vast
machines.
majority of schools in this country do not have internet. Let
Is
me
that
repeat.
so?
The vast majority of schools in this country do not have internet.
All right, but they will have photocopying machines of which.
They have photocopying machines.
Okay, so I found my question. Which of the following is a modern method of preserving fish?
Okay.
A, sun drying. B, smoking. C, salting. D, canning.
Canning.
Well, salting is also one. As is
Modern.
Modern.
As is smoking.
All of
Smoked
them.
fish, smoked salmon is very modern.
It's not,
All
it's not modern.
Smoked salmon.
It's not modern. It's as
It's,
old
it's
as time.
still used, but it's not.
Ah,
It's as
right,
old as time.
right.
It's now.
I suppose
it's
it
falls in the
depends.
category of gourmet now.
You're right.
Yes,
Yes.
So you don't just cook it, you smoke
For
it.
those of us with a sophisticated palate like myself,
Voila, here
I
we
would,
go.
I would have said smoking was
opposed to
quite
those
a
of us
modern.
with the
Smoked
pedestrian
salmon.
palates. Carry
Smoked
on.
salmon is way more advanced than canned salmon, for instance. I would have
So it's a very, actually, it's a very old method of
The
Sun
preserving
drying it,
fish.
salting it.
But even canning, it's it's what's in the can. You know, whether it's salt, like brine, salt water,
Yes,
or oil,
but it's
which is
modern.
what preserves it. Canning doesn't actually preserve it. If we're to really interrogate that particular question, anyway.
Well, canning,
There we are.
But you do have a point. It's just that canning is the package. You see, every
But
other-
what's in it is what does the preservation,
It
which
is
could be
true.
oil, it could be salt water, which is
Yes.
salting again.
and it works well within that particular package called a can.
They can, yes.
Yes.
The final question. Question number 60. In Kenya, a member of parliament may lose the parliamentary seat when the member A misses 8 continuous sittings in parliament, B is unpopular among parliamentarians, C makes little contributions during parliamentary debates, or D fails to visit the constituency.
All of the above.
A, it's A. Interesting. Would that come under sort of political education, civic education?
Yes,
they would
yes,
call
it
that
does.
subject.
Yes, it does.
Right.
It's actually social studies.
Right. Okay.
So we have had a look at that, and now let's get into what happened yesterday. Right, a lot of people are really shaken by what happened yesterday. A school wall collapses, 8 children lost their lives. We saw government officials getting down there and talking tough. We saw politicians going down there and speaking tough. And this is what we're going to discuss now in coming up in the next half hour, actually. All right. So this is what Nduoko will be raising this morning. What exactly happened yesterday in Dagoretti South? What went wrong? How should we treat this? It's not the first time. It certainly doesn't look like it's going to be the last. And yet, it should be the last time it happens. Good morning. You're in the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. It's 27 minutes to 7.
How well do you know your country? Given a chance, where would you go? Not so many places, huh? Would you even know how to get there? Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. Well, oh ye gallivanters and tourists alike, here is your chance to not only know, but also visit amazing destinations in Kenya with complete recommendations, guides, and tips on accommodation spots, wellness stops, and food joints all over Kenya. How you ask? Courtesy of the biggest locally targeted tours and travel magazine, Travelog. Travelog is your monthly pull-out magazine in the Standard newspaper every first Thursday of the month. With Travelog, enjoy the beauty of life that Kenya has to offer. Visit exotic and hidden destinations, be part of amazing conservation campaigns and projects as you simply enjoy Kenya. It's our way of putting Kenya on the map. Grab your copy and be aboard the fun wagon as you improve the quality of your local travel experiences. Travelog, Jione Kenya. Tired of living your same old life? Need to spice it up and add some flavor? Well, we can help you go from living to living it up. East Africa, are you ready to be a part of the most vibrant entertainment scene with the best freshest music, travel tips and destinations, fashion, tech and health trends, as well as your favorite celebrities' lifestyles. Introducing your favorite entertainment magazine, Pulsar, the ultimate all-in-one guide that will give you more meaning to life. Catch up with your celebrity writers and contributors to stay up to date with what's happening around you, where, and how you can be a part of all that. The lifestyle guide that has been missing in your life. Pulsar. Live it up.
.7 Spice FM, Mombasa. Traffic.
All right, let's look at the situation on the roads this morning. Ngong Road still looking good. Nothing to report right now. Everything is moving along smoothly, heading towards the city mortuary roundabout. Mombasa Road at Mlolongo was quite messy at about 5:30 this morning, and you're being asked to use the service lane to Shell and proceed to Luckman Petrol Station from there, because traffic has already begun as far as that. Jogo Road is slow, moving towards the City Stadium roundabout, heading into the CBD. Thika Road, the Thika Superhighway, coming down from Kiambu Road and heading towards Pangani and heading out towards the Globe Cinema roundabout. We don't have much of an issue right now. However, that is likely to be different in a few minutes. Wayaki Way, the overpass at the A7 bridge, has been opened today, finally. And that means that we will see traffic moving along smoother than it has for the last couple of months. That's the situation. Anything out of the ordinary, or you see something that we should know about, give us a call or send us a message. Remember, the number is 0719 012 600.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 24 minutes to 7 o'clock, good morning. You're in the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. In the room, we have Jerry Thorne, Siti Muga Nduoko, and I'm Eric Latif. We're also live streaming on Facebook, Spice FM KE, on our YouTube page, Spice FM KE, on our website, www.spicefm.co.ke. And of course, we are terrestrial around the country, 94.4 Nairobi, at 7.9 Mombasa, 102.5 Kisumu, 96.0 in Nakuru, 96.7 in Eldoret, 90.9 in Nyeri, and 97.6 in Malindi. Now, let's look at what happened yesterday.
Well, just jumping into it, we see the evidence of wrong decisions, lack of management, mismanagement. It just is quite sad that 8 lives have been lost, and as far as we are concerned, is 8 lives too many. What happened yesterday was that this building collapsed in this school and 8 children unfortunately met their death. And after that, we had a slew of complaints. We had a slew of recommendations. We had a slew of condemnations. However, it's just another pointer in the direction that we seem to be collapsing at the very point where management needs to happen, even, yes, at a government level. Like I said, 8 lives lost, 8 lives too many. We had children who were attending school. We had parents who had sent their children to school, and of course hoping to see them at the end of the day, at the end of a day of learning. But that definitely didn't happen in 8 of these cases, and we had over 60 children then being treated with various injuries. And then it begs the question, why do we have these cases that we've seen happen in the past? And then obviously something that clearly we will not see the last of if we have authorities and local leaders who are now have turned a deaf ear into structures that we see being approved, giving licenses, permits being granted for obviously buildings that should not stand. And now we see lives being lost, and that should not be the case.
Heads should roll over time, but we see government officials actually trooping to such scenes of disaster, and they say the same thing. They say this is wrong, this should not happen. We're going to ensure that this doesn't happen again. And there are very many bodies that are actually responsible for this. They're to ensure safety of buildings, to ensure compliance with rules and regulations, even to educate people who are actually putting these things up. If you look at this school, it was a community school, right? And the owner of this school that's within the community, you could say, was doing what he knew. I'm putting up an extra classroom. This is what I'm going to do. Where were the inspectors? Who gave the permits to do this? A lot has happened.
This is it. When Du says mismanagement, I think the word is criminal, what's gone on. And somebody has to be brought to book. Somebody is culpable. Looking at the building, we had an architect go there and inspect the building after the incident, of course. And there was a number of things he pointed out. First of all, the construction itself was of very poor quality. Construction materials were also equally poor quality. The building had no foundation. The building structure was made up of feeble, poor quality timber. Walling was made of recycled corrugated iron sheets. The building had a first floor slab made of thick concrete laid on chicken wire on timber offcuts. The slab was not reinforced and was too heavy for the timber structure. With additional weight of the students, called the live load, the building was going to collapse one way or another. So can you imagine putting cement? So you put chicken wire, and you fill this with cement, and you put that as a floor. So this is the roof of the ground floor, but it acts, or it serves as a floor where students, will sit on that floor as well. I mean, it's just outrageous, to be honest.
The story in and of itself and the theme herein is old. We've had buildings collapsing, people dying. This isn't new, and that it is a sign of the ineptitude of the people who govern our lives is also not new. When the DCI and the DPP prosecute people who have mismanaged resources that are meant to better the lives of the citizenry, they should up the ante with the individuals involved in such crimes, because they have done more than simply killing these people. See, there is, in my opinion, a methodical process of not just ensuring that young people don't get opportunities, but they are now taking to the next level. They are robbing you of it. Because when young people die, what you've done is you have robbed them of something that is actually theirs by right. But what you've further done is you've highlighted this among other young people, that in a sense you don't really care about what happens to them. This happened. That's why we're talking about it. How many other buildings do we have that are a disaster waiting to happen?
I don't think anybody cares. I mean, it's become, the value of human life in Kenya is, and I think that of children more so, is very low, because this is something that was foreseeable, as the architect says.
Very foreseeable.
We have cases where the children, it's been said that the children actually would stories that the children would sit in class sometimes and actually look at the wall and talk to their supervisors in class and say,
it's cracking.
Yes, it's cracking. Not yesterday morning. Previously, it's cracking. We can see it cracking. And this is a telltale sign of what we actually see if we look at it on a greater level. If we look at what was happening in this class, and the students are telling the teachers it's cracking. It's cracking. One day it is going to fall down. Can we not do something about it now? Can we expand this and look at it? Just look at our governance policies. Look at our government. Look at the way in which we do things. Look at licensure. Look at permits that are being given. The person who makes a decision at that place, we are cracking to, if we've not already cracked and collapsed. If we can look at the lives of children and say, okay, now that they've died, let's see that we can do something about it. A little too late, but I think we've done more than crack. At the management level, on government, we've done more than crack. We too have collapsed like this building. If we can see children at this point where they're dying in the manner in which they did, injured in the manner in which they did yesterday, we've collapsed as well.
The material that was used to put up this building caused a lot of those deaths.
The material that we're
talking about chicken wire.
Yeah.
And we're talking about corrugated iron sheets.
Exactly. And the material that we're using to form our government, to form our management level, is mediocre at best.
Now, do you understand what I meant by soullessness?
Yeah, you've got a point, of course, CT, as always. And I think two things here that really stand out for me. First of all, our attitudes towards preventable deaths. Kenyans are somewhat optimistic of situations and scenarios.
Be okay.
It won't happen to us, or we'll be fine. It happens to other people. I don't know how we can make these things real and salient so that they don't discount the possibility of death to them, because it's not happening to other people. It's happening to anybody. Because why would you take this risk? As a teacher, you can see the walls look like this. So it says a lot about our attitudes, and this is also translated on our roads. You see the way matatu drivers drive, bus drivers,
and the number of people they pile into those vehicles,
and it will never happen to us. So the idea of being diligent with safety needs to be forced onto us for some reason, because it will never happen to us. So it's our attitudes towards preventable deaths is what leads to these very deaths. The second thing perhaps points to policy of government providing free education but not building any more schools, and so paving way for these schools to mushroom. And in certain areas, the schools are of lower standard than other areas. And who should be overseeing this? What measures do we have in place to ensure that schools meet all the criteria, including health and safety? We don't take health and safety very seriously here. The idea of prevention here is quite a foreign one, it seems. We seem to rely on the curative aspect of things rather than preventative measures, as we were talking about even with disease the other day with CT. So for me, I think those are the two things that really stand out here: the value we place on human lives, and hence our attitudes towards preventable deaths, and how optimistic we are as Kenyans in that it will never happen to me. And then, of course, the fact that there's policy.
What I find more damning is that politicians seem to think that because they say certain things, they speak half the time when they talk about development, they talk about as though they're doing the nation a favor. When they talk about the things that they're going to do, it even brings me to the 4 pillars of development and legacy building. Those are functions that the government should be carrying out anyway.
That's your job.
Yes. Those are things they should be doing anyway. Why must it become part of a legacy? Why must it become a big thing? It shouldn't be a big thing. The government is supposed to provide housing for its people, or make sure that there are means by which the citizenry can actually get affordable housing. They should ensure, with all this taxation, that the citizenry can get health. They should ensure
Absolutely.
They should ensure that young people have hope and opportunity and can get employed. It isn't a favor and it isn't a big thing. That's their job.
That's their job, and
that's the job. It's the job of the president. It's the job of the deputy president. All these people who we pay through our taxes, that's what we employ them to do.
And the thing is that we as a citizenry, we as a people, we actually have to be at a place whereby we're asking questions. Somebody cannot just come and make a pronouncement about free education without taking all the elements into consideration. We talk about free education and say, here's something we're going to hand out. Fantastic. But then we look at the structures, the actual physical structures that have to be set up in order to accommodate free education on a national level. I'm going to interest you in something. In 2014, a study was actually done in this country and looking at the state of public learning institutions in this country. And it was actually found 5 years ago that the state of schools, and we're talking about physical buildings, it was a very sorry state. And it was clear that from this particular report, again, another committee was established to go ahead and do the study around the country and found that it was in a terrible, schools were in a terrible state. The actual buildings were in a terrible state. So much needed to be done. Development needed to be carried out in order for a better way of doing things to be established. Now, the review, according to Deputy President William Ruto, said, "We will ensure that the institutions are habitable to learners." This was 5 years ago. He said a lack of public primary schools in the area, several areas, but he was talking on this specific Dagoretti area. It is sad that this has happened. However, the government has set aside 10 million shillings to ensure a public primary school is set up soon. The KNUT Secretary General, Wilson Sosion, who is also a member of the Education Committee, said Parliament had given the Ministry of Education until June to ensure total compliance of minimum national standard of registration by all schools, particularly unauthorized private schools. It is sad that this information was readily available 5 years ago and something was to have been done 5 years ago. But literally in 1 hour, all of this fell through to the ground. What I'm saying is that we seem to know what we should do, but we don't do it because we don't have the will to do it.
You see, this tiresome tirade that our politicians subject us to, is it any wonder, therefore, that the voter looks at the politician and figures, let this guy fork out the money now.
Give me the 1,000 shillings you're going to do me,
Yes.
because you're going to get into government and you're not going to do anything
No,
for me
and then you're
anyway.
going to
So I
be-
might as well take what I can get
you're
from
going to
you
be
right
prattling
now.
along and telling me about wonderful historic things that the government is planning to do, going to do. Worst thing, these things are budgeted for. This free primary education you speak of, the British government even funded us for it. So it wasn't something that was not doable. We talked about revolutions yesterday when we were looking at what's happening in Egypt. And Jerry mentioned an interesting point and said our tribalism is probably what prevents us. There is a process that people get to. When people get to a point of helplessness,
Hopelessness.
No. It's helplessness. The hopelessness
Comes later.
follows. Yes. You now have gone beyond. Then desperation sets in.
Yep.
And then we say you have nothing to lose. It's not a point you want your citizenry to get to. Yes. And usually what exacerbates it is the stark comparison between those who have and those who don't.
That disparity.
That road leads to Karen. So the people who live there can see that our leaders tend to live in that
They pass us as
They
they
pass
go
us as
home.
they go.
in that direction, driving the guzzlers that they drive. Okay. People imagine, as you say, Jerry, that these things happen elsewhere. So we think. The warning signs are there and we're not seeing them. These small things. Some young man set himself alight in Tunisia because he wasn't allowed to just carry out a simple business of selling oranges. Here, a school collapses. Children die who didn't need to
Who
die.
didn't need to
Then
die.
every official that you can think of and their relative are now at the scene making speeches. Do we need speeches at such a time, really?
Absolutely
The
not.
cracks
actually.
appeared 5 years ago. The
I was-
cracks appeared 5 years ago when this
In the same
particular
school.
this particular school was earmarked for rehabilitation. It was never done. Due diligence was not carried out. The supposed project by the report of the particular commission actually did not happen. Money was spent. People went off to some area, sat, had breakfast, lunch and dinner for 3 days, came up with this report, and then nothing was done thereafter.
What I want to know is where the blame lies. Does it lie with the minister himself, i.e. the Cabinet Secretary, George Magoha? Is it with the Dagoretti South MP, John Chiari, who of course is a CDF and manages that? Or of course the bodies charged with overlooking building and architectural and
And
approval.
licensure and
And
permits.
And there's also the city planning department.
City Planning Department. Where does the blame lie with
Jerry,
this?
have
In all
you
of
se-
those places.
Have you seen how the DCI went to the pipeline and collected something like 42 people? Similar thing.
This is what should happen.
Just collect everybody. Let everybody make a statement, then figure out where the blame lies.
Because when it comes to this, this school is licensed by the government.
Yes,
That's
it
the
is.
Ministry of Education. The
Yes,
Ministry
it
of
is.
Education, by the time it's coming to license a school, it should be
Surely
looking
they've
at
inspected it.
Absolutely.
You've inspected. So one, that
Absolutely.
wasn't done. The second one is when you're building anything within Nairobi County, you have to go to the county planning department and seek approval.
You get approvals.
Well,
yes.
Governor Mike Sonko sent a statement from New York yesterday, and he said, you know what, you guys, this actually, I have tried to deal with this issue. I've even disbanded the entire city county planning department because there were issues that had been raised, and I realized that there was a racket running in there. In fact, where people even switch off the electronic approval process so they can give you
A manual.
process because you forked out some cash.
So a system perhaps he inherited when he came in.
And he
Something
says he
like that.
inherited this.
Okay, just looking at what the leaders around this are saying, quite annoying to be honest. So the Dagoretti South MP, John Chiari, He's thanked Gando Ward for their quick response, which is, I think, appropriate. But he then further said the government, through the Ministry of Education, would put up a new school in that area. This is not what people need to be hearing at the moment. If you've lost your child, the last thing you want to hear is a child is going. That another school is being put up.
That's insensitive.
And he says the Office of the CS and the Ministry of Education will release some land for the development of a public primary school in Gando Ward. Now we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's not the light they're looking for. And then I'm looking at a picture here of George Mogoha with pupils from the school, pupils with band-aids and so on. Very inappropriate. It's not a photo opportunity. These children shouldn't be out there taking pictures. They should be in counseling. This is a tragedy. So maybe something to consider, the way we view our children and what they're worth. I think
I've got a clip of what
there.
KJ said yesterday, and this is what he said.
Today, at around 10 minutes to 7, we got a report that there has been an accident at Precious Talent School here within Gando Ward. And the first responders were actually the people of Gando Ward, who we really thank from the bottom of our hearts for being the first responders even before the emergency services happened. The whole entire Gando Ward has no public institution because we do not have public land on which we can develop a public institution. And in fact, it has been the cry of the people of Ngando, dating back almost 15-20 years back, that because the only public land that is available within Ngando Ward is...
It's interesting. It's his job to ensure that some land is found. It's his job to articulate these issues whilst in Parliament. So it's very strange that he comes and complains as well. He's been elected so that he can put these issues on the table in Parliament. Has he ever addressed this? I doubt it.
Unfortunately, we're looking at a situation where he himself, as the area MP, this was the first time that the residents of this area had seen him since his election. So he comes here and he's making these statements about land and other issues. Have you been in the area to even see the state of these particular structures? I mean, just looking at that, to even do some kind of review with what you have you reached a level of perfection for you to say that with what we have, we're in a very good state, for them to say then we need more space? Have you seen the situation of what is there available right now and seen then how you can approve of it before you then say that the problem was land and we needed a place to build a good structure and move forward? With what you have you been able to manage it well?
Too
much is given.
You know the thing about planning?
Much is required.
Planners don't plan for 2 years. They plan for up to even 50
years in advance. Okay? Absolutely.
And they even tell you, because they can foresee the direction in which the population will move. They plan for it.
They can see it.
And they set up public places. He's politicizing a situation and in there stating a lie.
Well, this is what happens when you vote. He's a comedian, wasn't he?
Yeah.
This is what happens when you vote in comedians. No, seriously, what ability does he have to sort out such issues?
What understanding
skills,
does he have
what
of
previous
policies?
Experience? What exactly understanding of legislation, policy? Does he understand these things as a comedian?
People who have the education and seem to understand it function exactly like he does. So
I don't know. I would rather know that you've got a good understanding and you're not doing something about it, rather than you don't understand what's going on.
He's worked for many years on pushing legislation. Actually, even when this is not the first time that he's tried to go into Parliament, and he's actually worked with the MPs in trying to push legislation. He's tried it. I think what he also raises is the issue of why is there no public land in this ward?
Well, he should have raised this before.
He should have raised the issue before
He's
the building
never even
collapsed.
been to this ward. He should have raised this issue before.
Never been
this is
here.
not the time to do it.
True, but also let's
no
also still
sympathy for
raise
him.
it as well. Why is there no public land? Somebody
Thank you.
Somebody grabbed some public land somewhere.
Thank you. He mentions that the only public land he knows of is the
Lenana
school. It cannot be that in that entire area, that is the only public land.
And Lenana School is a secondary school.
Yes.
So there must have been areas for
earmarked already for
schools.
primary education.
And there are schools in that area. That whole regulatory route area, there are schools.
Yes.
So we're beginning to see the consequences of some of our ills in society from land
You
grabbing.
can't have, you see, schools, when planning for schools, you look at the demographics, then the people who are likely to live there.
Yes.
There'll be a primary school, a secondary school, etc., etc. And there's always public space. There is always public place when people plan for this. There's always public space.
So here we are, something that we tend to discount, which is the outcome of some of our activities, from cutting corners because you're greedy and you want to make money, through to land grabbing. And we can never associate these things with the end consequence, i.e. death
now
or
here
loss of life.
You know,
and it's unfortunate for us to be
how
able
can
to
we
say finally.
educate? How can we educate our populace on this so that when they're electing leaders, they know that actions have
it's these people.
consequences?
I'll give you an example of this public land. You all know of this place near Willie called Toy Market. That entire area is a public area, and it was designated for things like markets, etc., etc., etc. Politicians, councillors at the time. That land has been subdivided and sold and resold. It's public land. This same plan, you wonder, how did they even get title deeds for public land? It's the same thing that has happened wherever it is. KJ should just have come up and told us, look, there was public land available and so took it. It is, yes.
Or you know what?
In fact, that's
You know what? Also,
the land is actually here. This is the place.
So
that
and
should
so
have had
built
the
this
land.
on it.
I think we
We're
also
discussing this issue this morning. We're discussing this issue this morning of what happened yesterday in Dagoretti South. And let's open up the lines for venting session. And also looking at what exactly went wrong and who is this that should be finding themselves in jail. 0719 012 600. It's 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
You ready to take a look at what's happening on the roads, Ndu?
Yep. All right. The situation on Mombasa Road is a little better as we are heading out, coming from the ICD. Everybody's using that road in there, coming out to join General Motors and coming past Cabanas. It's moving, it's slow, however, it is moving. All right, getting past, looking around Gong Road, we don't have much of an issue leaving the city's mortuary roundabout, heading towards the CBD. We've heard that Route 87 on Waiaki Way has finally been opened, so we're not going to have so much of a traffic issue on Waiaki Way this morning. However, be an understanding that everybody now is going to want to use that particular route, so you might want to stay where you are and get out there faster. All right, Enterprise Likoni Road is still in construction, and so we have some issues with traffic there as well. See anything else that we need to know about, do let us know. We're getting around the hour where traffic is going to be quite heavy in terms of bumper to bumper, so where you see that you're not moving, let us know and we will either get less people on the road or get you to find an alternate route. 0719 012 600.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have Jerry Thorne, lawyer, political strategist, an insider in the corridors of power, ready to take on any side of the debate with her signature eloquence and grit. C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
That's 2 minutes past 7 o'clock. Good morning, and how are you doing? The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation, is happening also on Facebook, Spice FM KE, on YouTube, Spice FM KE. We are discussing what happened yesterday at the Precious Talent School in Gando, Dagoretti South constituency, the unfortunate death of 8 pupils from an accident that actually happened. And people are saying that this accident was foreseeable. It could be seen to happen. 0719 012 600, the phone lines, and I'm opening up the phone lines this morning. We've got James. Good morning, James.
Once again.
Hello, James.
So, thank you for that topic. I mean, it's a topic that, especially for any person who loves children, I think it's very, very sad. So I'm approaching it from the point of who is at fault. And sadly, I normally walk around Kibera area every morning. And sorry for quoting Kibera. If you just go to Kibera today morning, you will see at least not less than 2 schools, built on structures that, just needs to go down at the slightest, shake or something happening. So I think the situation goes just beyond the Dagoretti issue. Mm-hmm. I think this goes way, way beyond, because
way above even.
Yes, exactly. Way, way above.
Mm-hmm.
Got schools that are built on corrugated iron sheets with honestly no foundation. But these children still need to go to school. It's their fundamental right.
Absolutely.
And the parents cannot afford the fees charged by what you'd call well-structured private schools. So you can still see the death traps are there. They need the education. But what to do? So I think, for me, the question goes beyond Dagoretti. Of course, we need to hold people culpable for this event. But I think, as Dr. Munga is saying, who is a good friend of mine from church, I think it's very, very important we go beyond that and look at the long term. And I think the buck honestly stops between the Ministry of Education and the higher office.
The higher office being?
I think it stops right at the president, because they set, or the cabinet, they set the direction of where this country needs to go, especially on education.
Yep.
And I think we just need to own this particular situation.
So what do you think should happen?
I just think we need to be, first of all, very honest and point the fingers at ourselves, the 4 fingers, before we point to other people, and we sit back and enact.
Ourselves being society?
Exactly, and also enact. I'm sure there are enough policies and files gathering dust, and just go back and dust them and enact whatever has been planned out. Because I think also looking at the amount of scandals we read every day in the papers about money lost in the education ministry, we have enough funds to be able to plan the facilities well. And also somebody mentioned about possible corruption in terms of grabbing of land. I grew up in Nairobi for the last 30 years. I honestly tell you, in nearly every constituency, there was a school. I grew up in a public school, and next to my school were 2 others. And there was enough school for everybody. I don't think that should change if we had planned very well. So I think it has to do with planning, it has to do with integrity, and just taking responsibility and loving the country.
James, where we are right now, you've actually said you have seen it yourself. You've driven through Kibera, walked through Kibera, and you've seen the same kind of structures. And you're saying it's not just Dagoretti South, it's not just Kibera, it's actually not even just Nairobi. It's across the country. Exactly. But yet we as a society, and you're saying let's point at ourselves. What is it that we can do immediately? Because we are all saying these are accidents waiting to happen, and we're always very keen to say that it's accidents waiting to happen. This is not the only one. What should we do right now, all of us, and in making sure that we start addressing these issues? Because somebody has got to address these issues, and everybody has got to put their voice in it.
Yeah. So I think just thinking on my feet is, one, we need a quick audit of structures or school institutions that are not according to standard. Setting the... Yes.
Go ahead, James. I think it's an audit was done nationwide of public schools, of public institutions 5 years ago. A report was done, right?
Right.
And there was supposed to be action that would be taken. Funds were promised.
Money was set aside.
Money was set aside. Millions of shillings set aside.
Tens of millions.
To have these structures rehabilitated, or at the very best, razed to the ground and then rebuilt. Money was set aside. It was earmarked 5 years ago. This particular school that we're even talking about now, as an example, was mentioned in that report. Interestingly enough, nothing was done. So if we do another audit now and say another report must then be compiled, more people then brought to book, questions being asked. Another 5 years, we will not be telling the same story. if we say that history repeats itself, or at least our experience we based on history, don't we see the same situation reliving itself because of the way in which we have operated in the past? This is bound to happen. You've just told us that you've driven through Kibera this morning and you've seen structures of the same in the same manner, like this one that we saw having come down yesterday. I dare say that even those schools, those structures are in this report of 2014.
Yeah, then I think you're very right, and it's very sad actually. Then I think all we just need to do is just own it and find out what, for example, if there was that land and land was set aside and money was given, who took it? And let them face the music.
Absolutely.
Usually with issues of land, there's a very clear track record. I mean people try to obfuscate it, but there's a track record. Land isn't something you're going to acquire without
you leave
leaving
a trail
trace.
behind.
Yes.
Absolutely. In terms of culpability, I think we need to use this opportunity to go across the board. So from the builders, people building such structures need to be charged, which would deter people from getting involved in these activities, to the owner of the school. I'm sure the owner of the school knew that he was cutting corners and so on. So to the owner of the school, and then there would be a board at local. Would it be at local level that they would be inspecting the buildings? City planning. That's
local
Nairobi.
inspection,
So that's county. And the MP himself as well. And then now we take it up to the ministries as well.
And the administrators as well. I mean, there is a local, there's a chief, there's somebody there.
Yes.
But we really should use this opportunity to set an example, because this is something that appeals. Children do tug at the hearts and minds of people. So it's a good opportunity. I hate to say, for lack of a better word, let's capitalize on this to make sure it never happens again.
You agree, James?
Absolutely.
Asante sana for joining us this morning.
It's unfortunate.
Thank you very much, and a great show.
Thank you very much, James. It's unfortunate that we have this situation, but you know what? And it's unfortunate that I have to say this, but finally we have an opportunity that we can use to bring people to book. It's unfortunate that it's lives of children that are hanging, that basically literally hanging in the balance for us to be able to do this. But this is the opportunity that we have to actually say, look, something has been done. And you know
the
what?
opportunity has presented itself
Yes,
many
and we
times
keep
before.
saying
And
that-
I'll tell you what will
Well,
happen.
look,
What will happen this time is
keep
the same
saying-
thing that happened last
hold
time.
on.
The owner of
keep-
the school will be taken, all right?
We keep
the
saying-
owner of the school will go in. And
We-
then somebody else, like a local, the county, of course, will be blamed on this, who approved this. And that's it. It ends at that point.
We keep saying that we're all human, and even the people who are in positions of public office are human. They're human beings. You know what would be really great, for these humans who are in these positions of management to say, you know what, I messed up. As opposed to saying there's no public land. As opposed to saying
that they're not going
there's
to
a
do.
report. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It would be really great if we're living in a state of, what do you call it? Utopia. It would be great to say, look, you know what? Let's see now how we can fix this moving forward, or let's see what can we do to make sure that we don't have this. Why would we continually now say now you can be sure a commission will be set up, a report will be done, an audit will be done, money will be set aside, a school will be built. But have we dealt with the problem? We deal with the symptoms. We take a band-aid and we use that to try and put on a hemorrhage. It doesn't work.
It's barely 2 years since a fire incident happened at Moi Girls in Nairobi. Right? What happened to that?
That was terrible.
What happened there?
That was terrible. Do you even remember it?
Somebody was acquitted the other day.
There's something you need to bear in mind. The opportunity is not just with the country, specifically with the Minister for Education, CS.
Yep.
He found this problem. But this is an opportunity for us to see whether he's just all talk
Yep.
Or he'll actually do
or
his
whether
job.
he actually means the things he keeps saying all the time. He has an opportunity to prove that he actually is the sort of minister he claims to be.
Among the words that actually stuck out for me yesterday when he spoke, he said, first of all, here I take responsibility because the Ministry of Education should have ensured that this school is properly built. The infrastructure here is up to par in terms of standards. But then he also said, we're going to look at this.
Is he resigning?
No, he's not.
I also want to point out the fact that this has happened in quite a poor, what would say, quite a poor area where there's no basic standards. And for some reason, as Kenyans, and I'm going to tread into murky waters in terms of taboo and conversations we tend to avoid, it's like it's okay for these things to happen
because it's
to
in that
certain
area.
people. We accept substandard quality of school, buildings, healthcare, food, name it, in certain areas. And this will, it will pass and it will be forgotten and we're not going to speak about it. So I urge the media again to keep at this story. The fact that buildings here were substandard, it's the norm and it's accepted and everybody accepts it.
Jerry, you do have a point because cancer has been killing Kenyans for years and years. Suddenly it's a national issue when we have 3 high-ranking, then it becomes a national issue.
Are some lives worth more than others in Kenya, do you think?
That's the way
is that our perception of
that's
things?
The way we've marked it to be.
Every life is important.
Absolutely.
Every.
Absolutely.
This is what Professor Magoha said yesterday. He said, well, this is one incident. Remember, we have very many other schools and they're all safe.
In the meantime, we have asked learners to stay at their homes over the next 4 days as we put in place adequate measures to ensure their safety of learning. I want to add by saying very firmly and categorically that the children of Kenya are safe in schools and that we should not forget that we have close to 35,000 primary schools. And this single tragic incident must not be used by anyone to instill fear in our children in both public and private primary and secondary school.
I'm quite disappointed in that statement. It's one too many. You can't say it's just one incident amongst 35,000.
It's not one.
No, these are statistics. What is he talking about?
Many. Absolutely.
What is he talking
and
about?
for him to say we can't use this, let's not use this.
Fear amongst
How?
We should be very fearful, not the children, but the
afraid.
parents and society
Everybody
at
should
large.
be.
Absolutely. It's not something you can say, don't be alarmed. And for him to say, it's an unfortunate accident, it is not. This is the very attitude that gets us here. This is completely preventable. This is not something like terrorism where you can say it was the one occasion we did foil it. It's not something, nothing is fighting us back in this system. It's us not doing the right thing.
Especially
so
since
you can't say unfortunate. We're not unlucky. No. Why do these things not happen elsewhere?
And especially if you do your due diligence, you can trace back what happened in the construction of this building. You can trace back who sent the permits. You can trace back who gave the license. There's a name, there's a signature somewhere. There were many steps in getting this done. I dare say that it was actually deliberate. Not deliberate to make a mistake, but deliberate to put up a structure that would fail. That would fail. You saw it. We saw it coming. A freight train coming in our direction, and we look at it and say, perhaps it won't hit me, and I'm standing right in the middle of the road.
What CS Magoha is telling us, don't rant and rave. I mean, come on, relax.
No,
be easy.
Professor Magoha
it's because we don't rant and rave.
Entering the murky waters of politics.
Yes.
It's because we do not rant and rave.
Badly at
and I think we should actually say, no, we should rant, rave.
Yes, it's because we don't rant and rave that gets us into the situations that we found ourselves historically in this country. And now we get to the point where lives are being lost and then we're being told don't rant and rave. At what point are we not supposed to then rant and rave?
If Professor
we should use this as an example.
Saying, let him resign.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Let him resign.
Let him sit back.
Let him resign and say, look, this has fallen under my watch. This is a terrible thing. As he's saying,
I messed up. I can't deal with it. I messed up.
Yes. Why does he not resign?
From what I understand, it's not such a terrible thing. Come on, guys. It's only one. We've got 35,000.
It's just 8 children.
Something like this
7 children died.
It's just 8 children who died. So that's not such a big deal. 1 is too much. 8 is 8 too many.
Does it not resonate? No, it isn't so much money lost. It's just 7 billion.
It's just 7 billion. Same attitude, same thing. And that's the problem. It's because we do not rant and rave. It's because we do not lobby with such a tension that makes people be responsible for the actions that they take. On a micro level, on a macro level, we see the cracks. Use it as imagery if you'd like.
We see the cracks. You got this one wrong.
We see the cracks and we ignore them and we say maybe it's going to hold up for just a little bit longer. We can't do that anymore when it comes to lives. We can't do that anymore when it comes to stability of this country. We cannot do that anymore. Should it not be used as an example because we don't want the country to be in an uproar? It's about time we were in an uproar so that we get things done right. You're not able to do it right, get out.
I was saying the Situation Room is actually heated this morning because we are ranting and raving, and we want to open up the phone lines now. 0719 012 600. Also, you can comment on our social media handles, Spice FM KE on Facebook and Spice FM KE on Twitter. Let's look at it. I mean, somebody somewhere did not do their job, and that's the bottom line. It doesn't matter what you say. It's not a one-off incident. It's not. There was a fire in a school the other day. We've talked about these incidents over and over and over again. It's not a one-off. Yes, there are 33,000 schools, yes, but it's not the only one. James has called us this morning and told us if you go to Kibera, you'll find similar kind of incidences, accidents waiting to happen.
That is
Are we
Kibera.
just going to
What
wait?
about the other low-rent areas we have in the country? I am sure this situation is replicated. As we would say, it's by the grace of God that more incidences such as this one have not occurred.
Right.
Yes.
So there's the Ministry of Education, yes. There is a county planning department, yes. Then there are also the other professional bodies, right? Something like the National Buildings Inspectorate. So
is it tasked to look at such buildings and ensure?
It should be looking at buildings. The National Construction Authority. If you actually
Who
constructing
would notify them that there's a building going on? What is the process and procedure? What was the weakest link here?
I think they should inspect. At the point where you're constructing something, you actually need to...
Actually, it doesn't begin with inspection. It begins with...
At licensing.
No. Start with the drawing. Before
There's
you get all these things, there has to be a plan. Now, that plan comes with a bill of quantities, blah, 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 blah. But it gives you a clear indication of what it's going to be like. It's that plan that is taken to the departments that deal with it to ensure that all the details that guarantee a safe structure are actually in place. It moves from engineering, it goes to planning, it goes to all these people.
And that's why when you go around and you look, just if you go take a tour of buildings that are being erected in this city, you will see that there's very clear, what are they called, notices at the outside of the building. You know who the planner is, you know who the architect, you know who the surveyor is. Those names or companies,
surveyor,
all those names are put there for a purpose, so that you know who gave license, who gave permit, who gave approvals at whatever stage, who is overseeing the project. And that is a requirement as per law.
I think there's a number of dynamics at play here. First of all, we Kenyans generally, even as society, we are accepting of cutting corners because we don't envisage the disasters that it may lead to. Somebody doesn't quite pay for, the licensing and so on. They've gotten away with it.
Or
so
in this case, pay more to get a license without the proper inspection.
It's us not understanding, envisaging, or it's not foreseeable to us the disasters that can come out of this. But furthermore, I think the government is putting the burden or letting the private sector shoulder the burden. So this is why Magoha is not coming down too hard on private schools, because they have to provide, as government, free education. It is a basic right of the children. And if they come down too hard, if they're too strict, too stringent on their rules and regulations on these private schools, they won't be enough. So they won't be able to provide this free education. So you've got to understand, in terms of policy implementation, they've got to be quite sort of broad and
Jerry, they don't.
Well, this is what they're having to do. I'm not saying it is I'm not saying it is the right thing to do, but they're having to do that. And then back to us as society. Where is the moral outrage? Because as society, we need to keep a check on ourselves. Why are we letting children go to school in structures such as these? Why is this allowed? Have we been desensitized? Is it because of the area they're coming from? Is it because it's an impoverished area? It's okay.
Their children to such schools live in. Let's start with there. You talked about Kibera. Have you seen the structures people live in? If you live in a structure which is worse than the school,
you're not going to demand better. You're not going to demand better of the school where you're taking your child.
So what standards should we be imposing on ourselves as a society, where even the most poor or the least fortunate have a certain standard? Because I know this is something Kagame tried to achieve in his country.
Set by our politicians is, to the poor you give lip service. You say things. When something happens, you say more things.
You say, we will do ABC.
You just say. You just say. Why do you think people were in such shock and awe when the DCI kept arresting people that wonder? They say,
this can actually happen in this country.
Okay, but why are they not being prosecuted? Then they go to court. Oh, they're in court. So why are they not being jailed? There's a process to all these things. And then you come across a judiciary that is abating. They are the bottleneck in this entire process. Everything happens until it gets to the judiciary. Then you're told insufficient evidence. So why did you allow it to come there in the first place if the evidence was insufficient? Why? Why do you even hear it? I thought the understanding behind accepting and administering a case is it means it is something that can be brought before you and can be argued. Or it isn't the onus of the judges to understand that. All I'm saying is, if you're talking about the rot, it's everywhere. So if you're going to ask the question, where do you begin? It is everywhere. It has become a national pastime. I'm going to repeat, this isn't prophesying. I'm not a prophet of doom. These are just consequences. Jerry calls them unintended consequences. These are intended consequences because it is clear what we're doing. We've escaped so far. Let us expect more disasters.
Oh, absolutely. Expect it to be worse. In this case, this is what we've done. It's just like you mentioned climate change, etc., etc. You cut down all the trees. You don't protect the resources that you have. You don't, take in proper mitigation efforts. You don't do things like that. Expect a disaster. Expect it to be bad. We keep putting these people in government. We keep voting them in. We keep allowing things to happen on the scale in which they're happening. We can expect it to be worse. Death is not the worst thing that will happen if this is the way that we're going. And then we continue to say, okay, let's not get too upset. Let's not make too much noise about it. It is that very attitude that allows us to keep coming back into the situation that we see today, whereby a member of parliament can come and say, oh yes, we know that some lives have been lost, but that's okay. The real problem is that we've not been given land. And then we have a minister at minister level coming to say, oh, okay, we know that this is, but it's really not that bad.
Yeah, but don't make too much noise about it.
Yeah, don't make too much noise about it. It's really not that bad. We can sort out these issues. There's 35,000 other schools that are accept and move on. That has been the attitude that we take on, and it cannot be the case. Kenyans need to get annoyed. And from that, Kenyans need to be so uncomfortable. It's like boiling water. The molecules get so hot that they have no choice but than to boil over. It needs to be done. And it's too much, to the point that where lives are being lost and then people are still saying, keep quiet, it's okay, don't be too upset. We still have other things that are working. So we take your attention from what was so bad to the things that are seemingly working. That is not the way we're going to get things done or solved in this country. And I dare say that, we have to have the attitude of saying something. Because, if we continue in this way, 6 months down the line, this school is going to be a story. Do you know what happened in September 2019? That's what's going to be.
What would be interesting is what immediate measures, to find out what immediate measures has the minister, the CS, taken today? Because it is still possible that another accident of the same nature could happen. Today, has he sent out people to look at every school in every area and make sure this doesn't happen? What has he done as of now, other than sort of the speech and the rhetoric at play that we've heard from him? What has he done today? Forget bringing people to book. What has he done in terms of ensuring this doesn't happen as of now, as we speak? Have any measures been put in place to prevent this sort of disaster?
We don't know of anything, but let's wait. The day is still young.
I have a feeling that
there's
he'll
children
deal
in
with only the
schools now
schools.
that might be in constructions that are dangerous.
I have a feeling that he'll only deal with this particular school. Remember, he said, kids, stay away until Friday. Let's look at ensuring your safety here in a learning environment. So I think he's just going to deal with this particular school. The other schools...
You don't think this is an opportune moment for him to actually look at all schools?
I think it's an opportune moment, but I don't think he'll take it.
I have to give the gentleman a little more credit. I believe he will do something.
Across the country?
Yes, I believe he will. I believe he will. This is a man who I know he's action-oriented. I know he is. Not I think he is, I know he is. Maybe he's keeping what he plans to do close to his chest, but I believe something. He will use this opportunity to make changes that he probably has wanted to do in the ministry and he couldn't.
And I'm hoping other sectors could do that, so that city planning also uses this opportunity to make the changes and bring in maybe a builders guild where certain quality has to be achieved by anybody constructing any structures.
You know what is really surprising? Those things exist.
They're there.
Okay, well, make sure it actually does what it's supposed to be.
If you look at why the National Construction Authority actually came into being, it's because of such disasters. Right. And they were like, all right, so we've had buildings collapsing in downtown Nairobi. We had a couple of buildings collapsing in
but even the workmen coming to work on these buildings need certain licensing. We need to get that granular if we're looking to have the quality of life that where the value of life is respected. And also us as society, where is the moral outrage? These are children's lives that have been lost. Why are we so accepting? Have we become desensitized to such tragedies?
We're looking at a situation where it would happen. Oh, it's happened before. It will happen again.
And we'll move on. It will be in the papers tomorrow.
Very unfortunate.
We won't discuss it. We will have no memorial for this. If you look at the West, for instance, sorry to draw parallels, But I find the value of human life there is a lot higher. So you'll find there was a terrible fire maybe 2 years ago, Grenfell Tower. I don't know if you remember.
Yep.
And they went right down to the company that was responsible for the wall building, the cladding inside, because that helped spread the fire and so on. They got everybody involved, and the moral outrage is what drove that initiative. And I wish we could too, as society, could come together and have this outrage and sort of a reaction to this, but we seem to move on. Kenyans are fickle. Tomorrow we're going to be discussing something.
Yes, and we expect the government to, we expect the government to take up this and deal with it.
Yeah,
so
you'll have some people vent on Twitter. There'll be a hashtag trending, and on we go.
That state of helplessness that you're speaking of, believe me, it's part of a process. This is the proverbial calm before the storm. People do not just put up with these things indefinitely. They actually do not.
We seem to be doing so as Kenyans.
Yes. Other countries that erupted seem to have been doing precisely that.
When will it boil over?
It is boiling.
When will we get to the point that it's just too hot in the cauldron and we want to spill out?
Usually you actually can't tell. And what sparks it is something very innocuous.
Seemingly innocuous, anyway.
Yes. No, good term, seemingly innocuous. You know, ask yourself a simple question, all right? Let's look at a concept in relationships. At what point do relationships break up?
You can't stay in the same space together anymore. It builds up over time.
It gets
You're not able to stay together.
You could have broken up somewhere along the line. But whatever brings it to the point where now it ceases.
The tipping point.
It's usually something, as you say, seemingly innocuous. But that point is easy to figure.
The straw that broke the camel's back.
Yes. The point was reached a long time ago.
Yep.
It's just now the decision,
we're done.
That's it.
This is it. No more.
Yes.
Our phone lines are open. 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. It's a rant and rave session that we're having, and also looking at who's culpable and what is the best way to actually deal with this situation once and for all. Ensuring that our children are safe, ensuring that all of us are safe wherever we live. And also the conversation is happening on Twitter, SpiceFMKE, and Facebook, SpiceFMKE. Our hashtag is a Situation Room. Listen to what the parents of these children were saying yesterday.
Nilimpeleka shule asubuhi 6:45, nikamfikisha kwa shule, nikaenda nikaongea na mwalimu, nikapanda hadi kwa stairs, kuza kwa class 3 kwa stairs, nikaongea na mwalimu, nikateremka nikaenda kwa nyumba. All of a sudden, sale natoka kwa nyumba nataka kuenda loo, napata ripoti ati shule imeporomoka na watoto wameumia. Ndio.
Shule wewe ilikuwa inakaaje? Darasa zilikuwa zinakaa, imejengwa vipi?
Darasa kulikuwa na darasa za chini na za juu za mabati, lakini floor ilikuwa iko cemented. Yeah.
Na mtoto amepata majeraha ya aina gani? Ni wewe ulimleta ama alikuja na ambulance?
Mimi ndio nimemleta. Amepata majeraha kwa mbavu. Nimempeana kwa madaktari, wanamshughulikia na ngoja ripoti kutoka.
Mimi ni Evelyn Shigan, mtoto wangu anaitwa Kevin Imbali. Niliamka asubuhi na yeye, nikamtayarisha, akaenda shule saa 1:30. Kufika shuleni, kwanza aliniambia bye mom, tuonane jioni. Na mimi natokanga asubuhi nikienda kufanya kibara yangu ya kufua manguo, na mtoto mdogo mwenye anamfuata alikuwa amebaki kwa nyumba, huyo ni PP1. Sasa nilikuwa nangoja baba yake akuja amtayarishe. Sasa hapo nimetoka kwa nyumba, nimesimama kwa gate cause mimi naishi karibu na hiyo shule. Kufika hapo kwa gate nikasimama kidogo, nikasikia mpurumuko, nasikia upepo kali inapita. Sasa nikasikia upurumuko inafanya kurr, nikashindwa ni nini hiyo inafanyika. Lakini sikuelewa, nikaona watu wanatoka huko mbio wakikimbia kwa hiyo shule. Mimi kuona hivyo nikakimbia, nikaenda nikaona nini nimefanyika kwa shule. Kufika kwa shule nikapata floor yote imelalia watoto. Na hiyo shule imejengwa na mabati chini na juu na mabati, lakini chini ni
It's a very sad situation that happened yesterday, and that's what we're discussing this morning. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation, 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. We open up the phone lines. Let's hear what you have to think. Good morning. It's 28 minutes to 8 o'clock.
How well do you know your country? Given a chance, where would you go? Not so many places, huh? Would you even know how to get there? Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. Well, oh ye gallivanters and tourists alike, here is your chance to not only know, but also visit amazing destinations in Kenya with complete recommendations, guides, and tips on accommodation spots, wellness stops, and food joints all over Kenya. How you ask? Courtesy of the biggest locally targeted tours and travel magazine, Travelog. Travelog is your monthly pull-out magazine in the Standard newspaper every first Thursday of the month. With Travelog, enjoy the beauty of life that Kenya has to offer. Visit exotic and hidden destinations, be part of amazing conservation campaigns and projects as you simply enjoy Kenya. It's our way of putting Kenya on the map. Grab your copy and be aboard the fun wagon as you improve the quality of your local travel experiences. Travelog, Jione Kenya. Tired of living your same old life? Need to spice it up and add some flavor? Well, we can help you go from living to living it up. East Africa, are you ready to be a part of the most vibrant entertainment scene with the best, freshest music, travel tips and destinations, fashion, tech and health trends, as well as your favorite celebrities' lifestyles? Introducing your favorite entertainment magazine, Pulsar, the ultimate all-in-one guide that will give you more meaning to life. Catch up with your celebrity writers and contributors to stay up to date with what's happening around you, where and how you can be a part of all that. The lifestyle guide that has been missing in your life. Pulsar. Live it up.
98.7 Spice FM, Mombasa. Traffic.
All right, heavy traffic from Makini School Junction, Ngong Road down to Adams Arcade. No movement at all. Jam is bumper to bumper. And that is now going to come round and join to Ngong Road, heading towards the City Mortuary roundabout, heading past down towards the Kenyatta bus stop. That is what the road looks like in that area. Ring Road, Kilimani is not. There's usually a small jam between 7 and 8 o'clock caused by the free newspaper vendors along the road. And that is what causes that issue there. All right, the traffic lights on Enterprise Road, DT Dobie and CMC roundabouts, when put on the traffic stands, all industrial area traffic actually works. We have a problem when the traffic police then come in, and that is what it looks like around that particular area. Thika superhighways moving slowly, approaching the CBD, as is the same for Jogo Road and Wayaki Way. Coming down from Langata Road, coming through towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, not so bad. Traffic is moving. It's slow, but it is moving. Anywhere else where you're gridlocked, do let us know. Send us a message. Give us a call. 0719 012 600.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room with City Muga, Jerry Thorne, Nduoko and Eric Latif, is happening on Twitter, Spice FM KE, and also on Facebook, Spice FM KE, live streaming, and also on our website, www.spicefm.co.ke. 8 children died yesterday because of a foreseeable accident, so to speak, right? And we saw very many people come in there, taking responsibility. The CS for Education was there. The local MP was there. We saw architects were there. People from the National Construction Authority. We saw a statement from Mike Sonko, who sent it from New York, saying, well, the Department of Planning at City Hall has a lot of culpability on this. However, a lot of action needs to be taken. And we are asking ourselves, so what exactly is this that we are saying? So we keep saying this over and over and over again. We had incidences where buildings collapsed in the CBD. We actually even invited experts from Israel to come and help us in rescue operations. We have seen this happen in Huruma. We've seen this happen, fire incidents in schools. We've seen it now happen yesterday at Precious Talent School. But we keep saying the same thing. And what you see is one person taken to court, the least culpable of all, maybe like in the case of Moi Girls School, somebody was taken and was charged with arson. And that's as far as responsibility went. Of course, the person was acquitted because the court said you didn't have sufficient evidence actually placing him in the place of the fire, And now we are going to see this. What kind of action are we expecting to see this? Maybe the owner of the school is going to face the music. Well, yes. And who else should face the music? 0719 012 600.
I'd like you to correct you there, Eric. It wasn't an accident. It was an occurrence. An accident is something that happens unforeseen by mistake. Culpability is not on individuals and so on. This was not an accident. This is an occurrence where they'd had prior warning about the quality of the building, not just by seeing what was happening, but in them knowing the quality of, firstly, the material they use, the quality of the building themselves. I mean, the walls, or rather the flooring of the first floor, was made of chicken wire filled with cement. This is how far gone we are. And we're putting children in these structures. Where are our standards, and what should set our standards?
And this was known 5 years ago. 5.
It was reported. 0719 012 600. Salim calling in from Mombasa. Good morning, Salim. How are you?
Fine. Good morning, brother and sister. How are you there?
Good morning.
Thank you, Salim.
Okay, my name is Salim again, and I just have one point. I think we need to change as Kenyans. Kenyans, we have this habit of dilly-dallying and start sending all those kind of information to others before we start sending them to ourselves. My point is, the owner of the school has to be responsible. It's like we're having issues like, let's say in Nairobi, we have samosas made out of cats, dogs, and everything. We do consume those, and then by the end of the day, we're going to say, oh, the public health department is not doing its work, the security and everything. But it has started with the guy who
actually made the samosa.
Yes, exactly.
But what if this guy who made the samosa has a license from a certain board that is responsible for the oversight of samosa vendors?
That's the point.
Should that guy who gave him the license not be culpable?
You see, get my point, madam, first. I'm talking about the owner of the school. You are building a school, we're going to have masses on top. I'm in construction department for 16 years, and no even a stone has fallen to my worker because I'm taking those precautions. I know by the end of the day, people are going to be on top of the building. There'll be movement, there'll be chairs, so there'll be a lot of initial loads on top of it. Yeah. How can you design a building with a chicken wire or expanded wire and you're expecting 70 students to be on top? Now the building has fallen. Everyone's saying, hey, head of the government, maybe you throw it to education, you throw it to council. Maybe.
No, we're not saying the business owner, we're not saying the owner of the school is not culpable, but we've got to set a wider net and ensure this doesn't happen again, and these safety nets and measures in place to ensure it doesn't happen again, because otherwise we'll just be going for owners of schools. But they were licensed. Remember, this is a licensed school. Who was responsible for licensing them, and who manages those people that licenses them, and in turn who manages those people? And it ends with the Ministry of Education.
That is very correct. I'm going with your point. But the initial point is we should change as Kenyans first.
Okay.
We should do something that, think of your neighbor. Think of the one who is going to use it. Even before going to the authority. Maybe the NCS approved. Before he did the construction, he went through the engineer and he was given the right drawing. Because I'm very sure a qualified engineer cannot allow an expanded wire or a chicken wire on the first floor slab. It must have been designed and given the right measures. But the owner, maybe you want to play around and save some coins here and there, and maybe duration as well. I want to do it before the school opens, so by the time the kids report, the slab is ready, something like that.
And so he maybe gave money to someone to make sure that his license was in place or that his permit was in place, even with a substandard building.
Like you see, for instance, a building, it has been done in chicken wire. You are not there, right?
Yep.
Then you come after 3 months, you want to rent that house. You make plastered, good tiles, good paint, good lighting. Will you know what is building inside?
Is there anything in place to counter that, so that after you've done your building, does city planning come and check the quality of the building, or once you've got the approval, they leave you to your own accord?
The only thing, as per my point, is we owners have to take the responsibility. It's like if I see you dressing well, will I know whether you've eaten or not?
No, absolutely. We do take the responsibility, and we should take the responsibility. But along with that, we need measures in place to ensure, there are a few bad eggs, and people will want to cut corners for the sake of making money. So we have to ensure that we can catch those people. So what I'm asking is, after you've got your planning permission and you've got your whatever you need in order to build, is there somebody that comes and inspects these buildings thereafter? As a builder or as an engineer, do you know? Is there somebody who comes and makes sure?
There's a procedure. For instance, when you, especially in a story building, each stage is inspected.
Right.
Yes, from excavation to reinforcement, concrete, shuttering, block work, to finish. And then once the building is finished, a completion certificate is handed over from the county to the owner that this has been thoroughly inspected and this has been approved and it's habitable for someone to live.
Can I ask you, is this certificate given after a visit to the property?
Is that actually,
or do you go to an office and a certificate is given to you, or is there actual inspection that is carried out?
According to regulations, there are inspections that has to be done stage-wise. Each stage, and there is a form that has to be filled by the owner, by the architect, by the engineer, you see, and the inspector from the county as well. That's what I know.
But we Kenyans find this a tedious process and would rather not go through it.
Yes, before we go to that level, if you as the owner, what are you doing?
Make sure that you're doing the right thing anyway.
As I say, yes, sorry?
You're saying that you should make sure that you're doing the right thing anyway, so that even when inspectors come...
You may not even bring the inspector. You may not even need them if you do follow the drawing. Am I right?
But people are greedy and they want to cut corners and they want to save money where they can.
So Kenyans, we need to change. If I make samosas out of cut, what do you expect my fellow Kenyan to eat? To grow fat? Or to go down the toilet?
True. Salim, you're making a very strong point here, and it's true. But now we're saying so, and what Jerry is actually also saying. So yes, we should do the right thing. But the reason why we have law and enforcement of laws is because we anticipate that there are people who will break the law for whatever reason. Exactly. So now in this case of talking about enforcement of these regulations, who then also should be culpable? Because somebody should have come and noticed that no, you are cutting corners, and they should have taken action at that point. Like you're saying, it's a stage-based inspection. So at whatever stage, somebody should have come and noticed that this is wrong, and that person is actually qualified to tell that this is right or wrong.
Very true. I'm going with her. She is right, because if the guy has come for inspection and sees something that he has not been done correctly, he will have said no. This
exactly,
is the right way.
Or should have said no. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Bring it down.
And that's why I was asking if it actually happens, because if it's just an office where there are a bunch of certificates sitting there piled up with a signature already pre-done, and then somebody comes in and gets a certificate with the property number and all of that information there, then it's an exercise in futility. But if the inspection actually takes place and somebody makes a visit to the property and says 1, 2, 3 things in check, and we've got it's not right, then I'm not giving you the certificate. Then you may not continue or you'll go ahead with your business. But we've got
I'm stopping you from going to the next
stage. Or I'm stopping you from going to the next stage. This is what we are saying, that we need to get down to that level where these things are actually being done. We get to the point where we come and say, chicken wire, what is the purpose of this building? Children are going to come and learn here on a regular basis. Chicken wire, it may sound so silly, but no. It may sound so silly, but we're saying no, we cannot allow you to continue. It sounds crazy that we even actually have to say that you should not have allowed. I mean, come on, where are we going? What are we doing? Which is why I asked the question, because you've been through the process.
Whatever you are driving at is positive, and I'm with you. Yeah. The guys who are coming, or whoever inspectors, name it, they have to take their count as well. The same as the client taking his own count. I do my work. You see, I am the contractor, or I am the owner of the building. I've been told to do A, B, C, and D. Let me do my A, B, C, and D, period.
Yes.
Let the engineer come on site, do his work as well. A, B, C, and D, period. Let the architect come on site. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. We Kenyans, as individuals, has to do the right thing at the right time. So if the owner of the building does it correctly, now the engineer comes from the county, does his work correctly, The architect come from his office, does it work correctly? We are going to avoid all the samosas, all the buildings, and what have you.
Where money is involved, people will cut corners where they can.
That's another issue.
Which is the case here. I'm sure it was to save money and make more money. It's a business they're running.
Thinking about your neighbor. Think about your neighbor as well.
True. Salim, thank you very much. Thank you for calling us this morning. You say you were in construction for a number of years, right?
Yes, exactly.
Now, if coming from where you stand, because you have experience in this, let's start with the owner of a building. So who else go up the ladder? Who else should this net nub?
I don't want to say so and so because
not names.
I don't know the
not names in terms of officers. In the case of Mombasa, for example.
In case of Mombasa, that's why maybe here we less hear such kind of issues happening because we have forms. Immediately you get your approvals. You are given forms, and they around 11 plus. Each stage, as you move on, you involve everyone from the contractor to the inspector to the engineer to the owner of the building. Everyone signs. Go to the site, see whatever has been done, sign, and then you move to the next step.
Okay.
They are called forms of intention. Yeah. Each stage, every part.
We've lost.
I think the head teacher also has something to do with this. I understand the integrity of the building was questioned and the matter raised to the head, and he said he would deal with it, but he didn't.
Yeah, it's
so would they be culpable as well?
The children previously, and this is what makes it also adds to the degree of sadness in this, is that the children actually saw cracks in the building and they reported to their respective teachers that there's something going on here even before yesterday morning. And again, like you say, they now said,
the head teacher was notified,
we'll
and
do something
he said,
about
I'll
it.
do something about it. So he too must be culpable.
Yeah.
Criminally?
Definitely criminally.
Right, it's not just gross negligence.
No.
Was he to know that the structure could collapse?
We have Lydia on the line. Good morning, Lydia.
Good morning, Spice FM and all of you.
Morning,
Thank you for
Lydia.
this nice program. Good morning. I would like to also suggest that every child, when she or he goes home, should tell his father and his parents that they've started building in school. So if the father's a surveyor, an architect, or an engineer, he should come and check. Because what your eyes see, I don't. What my eyes see, you don't. So when we discuss things like this at home, parents should come and watch carefully for the safety of their children. Just as simple as that. And they should inform Spice FM that this is what is going on.
This is going on the ground.
I don't like this. Yes, I don't like this. Please see how you can announce like this for everyone to hear so that everyone can help.
Okay, interesting perspective. Get the parents involved in ensuring things are being done right.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Good morning, Spice FM.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning, this is Grace, Honorable Grace.
Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
How are you guys?
Very good, thank you.
Very well, thank you.
Wow, I live in the neighborhood of that school and we are very saddened. And I want to say that the people, the contractors, the owners of the school, they should all be charged, criminally found culpable, and thereafter they should compensate the life of those children first and foremost. And even those who got injured.
Absolutely.
Maybe they will learn from it. And secondly, that I went to Uganda once, and I found that whenever there are government or projects in schools, in hospitals and all that, the community form committees and they oversee those things that are happening for their own benefit.
Okay.
I think in Kenya we should come to such a level.
Yes.
Where we become, whatever is happening, which touches on our life. As members of the community, we should have some committees who will
try
be
and regulate
what
or
happens,
police
yeah.
them.
Absolutely.
Interesting. Similar point
Because,
to
human nature, I think is evil or something. That's why there are laws in just to help people go to the right path.
Yeah, yeah. It goes against what Salim was saying, that we should self-regulate. There are going to be people who will cut corners, so you do need structures in place to ensure that this doesn't happen. And it's an interesting perspective that we can do this as a community, quite similar to what Lydia was perhaps suggesting. Maybe get the parents involved. But are we then saying the state is failing in providing these services if we ourselves are having to come together to become oversight bodies?
My worry, Jerry, is that in this country we've lost it. We've lost the moral fabric.
We have.
So much such that everybody, wherever they are, they cut corners.
Every man for himself.
More money even if you don't need, maybe just fueled by greed. Because sincerely, if you were the proprietor of the school, why not put up something that is per standard and earn the money for the rest of your time?
What is it going to take, though, Mheshimiwa? We've talked about, we've seen other countries or other, places where they find themselves in similar situations, or even maybe, probably more dire circumstances. What does it take for us to get to the point whereby we will not agree for such things to happen on the level and the scale at which we see them? And this is one example of a building that has collapsed and lives have been lost. When we see corruption taking places in higher office, when we see services not trickling down to the people, what is it going to take then for us to open our mouths and do more than just talk and forget about an incident and actually have change, genuine change happening at the levels that it will trickle down to the people? What is it going to take for us to get to that level?
It will take prayer and it will take a benevolent dictator.
Yes.
Grace, thank you
We
very
need
much
to
for
discuss
calling
the
this
benevolent
morning.
dictator. We need to discuss that, no doubt.
Thank you for your contribution, Grace. We wish you to have a good day.
Interesting. She puts that down to the moral degeneration of our society.
Yeah.
So a lot of ills clearly coming to the surface with that.
Edwin, good morning.
Good morning.
Good
morning. How are you?
Now, with exactly what is happening, that is just a symptom. Because you see, we can complain all about our leaders, but you see, we will complain for the 5 years. Then when we go back to election, we are back to that Mtuwetu nonsense. And the leaders just literally depict who we really are. Because if we would vote in these people based on what they can actually do, but instead of who we think they are, then we would not be actually facing some of these problems. Because you get, as you had earlier mentioned, there was a contractor from the government who went on site. So exactly what was happening, kuna wale watu wa Kanjo huwa wanapita, because they keep on harassing people even when you're trying to actually build something so simple on your property.
They'll always pass by. They'll be there.
Yes. So how they would actually try and justify that they didn't see this, it's quite ridiculous. Even with what our governor did by letting go of an entire committee, that is just a reaction and to cover himself. Because it should never have gotten to that point.
Right.
And at this point in time, because people are asking who should actually be held accountable for that, it should move from the owner of the school and go all the way to the governor.
The governor?
They all have to answer for it, because in the first place, the school is actually in his territory.
Absolutely.
So he can't come and say that, there was a committee that was supposed to follow up on the building of the school, check on safety, and then they didn't. Where was he? What was he doing? He can't keep on, because what is actually the best thing that our leaders do is actually shift blame.
Sure.
You're given a responsibility. It is your responsibility. You're not doing us a favor. It is why we elected you into office.
He could easily argue, of course, and I'm playing devil's advocate, that this building or this structure was put up before his tenure or before he came in. He could easily argue that.
But you see, for instance, if I've been given a job as a driver, it's not a matter of who previously drove that
the
vehicle.
car. You
and
need to
how
make
they
sure that the
maintain it.
vehicle is actually well maintained.
But with some of these things,
Yes.
they're so well, they're so well covered up. You heard the previous caller saying just because you're sometimes you can be so well dressed, I can't tell if you're hungry. So by the time they're seeing that there's concrete slabs on the first floor, they don't know that it's being held together by chicken wire unless they, deconstruct and flatten the structures to find out. So in terms of culpability, it's quite difficult for it to be on the governor. I think it should lie solely or primarily in the direction of the Ministry of Education. These are people who do regular visits and keep going and give licenses. In terms of structures, it would be almost impossible a task for him to go and look at every structure that has been built since 1950 and decide how strong it is or how it's doing. Don't you think?
But don't you think that with some of the structures that are in Nairobi that actually collapsed, you don't need a structural engineer to come and tell you that this structure
it's
is
going
not
to collapse.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we're looking at the Leaning Tower of Pizza, for example, we know that is the way in which it was constructed. We know that it's supposed to lean in a particular direction. But if you're walking around looking at buildings, you can actually see. You can see that this building is not the way it is not going to hold for a time. You can tell. And, we keep saying that, okay, maybe he has so much responsibility on his plate, and so he's not able to look and actually get. Unfortunately, for some of these things, we cannot see the mistakes that people or the negligence that actually played until something happens, unfortunately.
That's when it's exposed.
That's when it's exposed. However, there are warning signs. There are things that we can see and that we know. And actually, it's interesting to note that we say, how do we do that? One of the ways in which we can measure development is by maintenance. It doesn't mean that new projects have to come about, but by maintenance of what is already there. And that's one of the points I said with the MP. He talks about looking for new land. With what you have, how have you been able to maintain it? What have you done with what you have?
Edwin, thank you very much for calling in this morning.
Okay, thank
you. And thank you for your contribution as well. Well, we've been discussing this issue that happened yesterday at Precious School, and well, a lot of issues that we need to actually keep discussing. 0719-012-600 is what exactly happened and who should be held culpable for this, beyond the owner of the school, which happens a lot, beyond the other officers from government, which happens also a lot. Exactly what happened yesterday and who is it that should take responsibility for this? 0719-012-600. The conversation is also obviously happening on our social media handles. We are live streaming on Facebook, that's Spice FM KE. We're also live streaming on www.spicefm.co.ke. We'd love to know what you think as well on our Twitter. That's Spice FM KE, and the hashtag is Situation Room. Good morning. It's now coming up to 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
All right, there's an issue off Ngong Road, the Ria Road and Kingara Road junction. It's been a mess for about 100 meters now, and it is not moving. Traffic is literally bumper to bumper, and that's feeding onto Ngong Road from both sides, coming out of the Kingara side and also coming out from the Riara side. So that is something to watch as we're trying to get off Ngong Road. All right, Thika Super Highway leading to the Globe Cinema roundabout is actually bumper to bumper now, as we see where everybody is trying to get into and out of the city centre. Juja Road, there is some traffic there as well, but it is moving. Wayaki Way inbound, the section from Nairobi School to ABC Place is madness with traffic. Limuru Road users, be advised that there is traffic right there at Muthaiga towards Parkland. Mombasa Road from Simba Cement Grinding Plant towards Athi River, traffic is flowing beautifully on both lines, and also then moving out towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout from Mombasa Road is not so much of an issue. It's good news on a Tuesday morning coming out of Mombasa Road. Anything that you see that we should know about, give us a call, send us a message, 0719-012-600. We'll keep you moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have Jerry Thorne, lawyer, political strategist, an insider in the corridors of power, ready to take on any side of the debate with her signature eloquence and grit. C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Hashtag the Situation Room. The Situation Room is Kenya's biggest conversation. Of course, we are across the country. You're 94.4 Nairobi, Mombasa. We're on 87.9, 102.5 in Kisumu, 96.0 in Nakuru, 96.7 in Eldoret, 90.9 in Nyeri, 97.6 in Malindi. We are live streaming on Facebook, Spice FM KE, on our website, www.spicefm.co.ke. Remember, Spice FM is the first and only 24-hour audio-visual radio station. Right? So we've been having a rant and rave session for the past 1.5 hours, and this is about the situation that happened yesterday in school. And we are saying that people actually need to take up responsibility. And as we conclude on this, we're also just taking your final calls on this, 0719 012 600. Jerry, what's your conviction? Who is it? Name five different people. Yes.
In terms of culpability, I would place a lot of weight on, of course, the owner, very aware of what he was doing. But in terms of legally, mens rea, did he have the intention of actually killing, for lack of a better word, killing these children? And I think the answer would be no. But was it reasonably foreseeable? Yes. So it could be gross negligence leading to manslaughter. I think that's what he would be charged with. And it would be great if we could amplify this, because it would act as a deterrent to other people looking to build such structures and cut corners in order to make money. I would then put some blame on City Council in terms of planning and permission, because the structure was visibly unfit for use, visibly. It's something you could see. So I'd put some blame on City Council. I think I'll then go the direction of Ministry of Education. These are people who are charged with actually licensing these schools and so on. So I would then go right to the top, to the CS himself, Magoha. But there's one thing I'd want to talk about just briefly, without sounding, I don't know what the word is, but at the risk of sounding sort of snooty. I've lived abroad for many years, and I have not once seen a building collapse. I came back to Kenya a few years ago, and I've seen so many of these incidents. So it's clearly something that is preventable. What are we doing wrong? Why don't we just copy-paste what is happening abroad? Or is it our personality as Kenyans? What is it? I was in the UK for 17, 18 years, and not once did one building collapse. I've been in Kenya maybe 5-6 years. I've seen every 2 months there's an incident, and I'm sure those are the ones that I get to hear of. What is happening? Why are we so different? Why are we doing things differently? If there's a way and a system that works, why don't we copy-paste that?
It's symptomatic of a moral aptitude that has collapsed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The things we do, you just look at the chain of things that we do and the questions we keep asking: what happened to us? How did we get here? Why do we put up with this? Why do we do this? It's individuals who put up buildings. It's individuals who put up with shoddy buildings. It's individuals who put up with lackluster leaders. It's individuals who put up with crooked leaders. It is individuals who put up with service provision that doesn't meet the needs that are set. It's individuals who accept to be taxed even when they don't see the uses that the taxes are being to. It is us who accept these things. Mm. If I take us back to the time when people protested an election outcome, the protests were not pleasant. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about the last election. They were not pleasant. Mm-hmm. But they were protests. People made clear what they were unhappy about. Mm. We've seen results. Many of our politicians have grown into some really thick-skinned individuals. They don't hear and they don't care. Mm. So what will they listen to? The leaders who are in the executive are the same. They do not listen and they don't care.
Do we dare say that they will listen to protests?
Oh, they'll listen.
They'll listen to revolt.
They'll listen.
They'll listen to that.
They'll listen.
And I think we need to get ourselves to that point when we understand who will listen to what? The talk, the complaining, the debating that we do every now and then and we forget about it. They realize that we'll speak and forget about it.
Yes.
They realize that individuals will make noise for, a limited period of time, and then after that, it's lost in history. They will listen when there is an active state of constant lobbying or protest against a particular way of doing things or an attitude that these leaders or people in government have.
And
they listen to that.
when their comfortable positions are threatened, they will listen.
Exactly.
As we
when
said this morning, somebody
threatened,
needs to take responsibility
listen.
for this. Somebody needs to be held culpable for this. And this, like we've been saying, there are several factors and several people. We've seen it before. Owners of buildings have been taken to court, but we haven't seen government officers being taken to court. I think this is about time that, yes, owner of the building, owner of the school should be taken to court. Yes, but also the government officers who are paid by taxpayers to ensure that these things do not happen also ought to be taken to court. And we are talking about the people from City Hall, people from the Ministry of Education, the people who approved this, the people from other bodies that should have gone there to look and inspect and ensure that this building fitted the standards. What we're talking about is we always keep sweeping things under the carpet and always treating things with Band-Aid. I'm talking about treating things with Band-Aid. Now let's move into the next topic, which is, I call it also just treating things with Band-Aid. Today, on the order paper of the National Assembly is a bill that is seeking to amend the IEBC Act. Now, the amendment of the IEBC Act is doing two things, mainly, among others. One is to reduce the number of commissioners in IEBC, and also creating a permanent body that will be looking at which of the commissioners is leaving or is due to leave, or if they retire or resign, and that a permanent body will be the one that recruits them, to avoid the situation where we have currently, where 5 commissioners have resigned and we haven't been able to replace them. That bill is coming up for the 3rd reading today. It's likely to actually go and get passed, and it'll bring us this new structure of IEBC. But I keep saying, look, this is treating a Band-Aid, a wound with a Band-Aid. What's the problem with IEBC? IEBC's biggest problem is the lack of independence. We call it the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, but it lacks independence. It is always being interfered with by the players in an election, and that is the voters, that is the politicians, and that is also the observers. As long as IEBC is not independent, whatever we are doing here, talking about reducing the number of commissioners, good as that may be, is not going to sort it out. IEBC needs to be assured of independence by keeping politicians mainly out of it. I'll give you an example. We have the Rugby World Cup actually going on, right? The Rugby World Cup is being refereed, and those refs are selected ahead of the match, and the players or the teams that are participating in that particular match do not have a say on who the referee is going to be. True?
True.
And when a referee actually blows a whistle and says, this is a foul or I need this action taken, the players must comply to what the referee says.
His word is final.
His word is final. If the referee sends you to the sin bin, you must step aside and go to the sin bin. Similar things happen in umpires in cricket and tennis. In football, referees, the same thing. You do not question a referee. You don't actually come and start saying, halfway through the match, that no, let's change this referee. What have we done in this country? That's what we've been doing in the last 15 years or so. Look, from 2008, how many commissioners have we had sitting at the Electoral Commission? We had the Kivuito Commission, it was disbanded. We had the Interim Independent Electoral Commission by Isaac Hassan, and then it became, they joined the IEBC. They were the first members of the IEBC. What did we say about them? In fact, the politicians, the ones who led that campaign, let's disband. Hassan must go. What did we see in the last election? Same thing. Chebukati must go. Chebukati is a problem, and it's coming from the politicians. This is a case where the players in the field are basically saying, no, I do not like this referee.
Actually, I don't like these results.
I don't like the result. I don't like what the referee has said. The referee has said the game is over. No. I think we should play for another 10 minutes. We still have a chance to play. Or the referee saying it's halftime. No, it's not halftime. We had 10 minutes of injury time. No. We should have had 2 minutes of injury time. We keep arguing.
Our holders of high office are actually capable of independent thought and action. Or are they chosen specifically because it is believed that they're incapable of that independent thought and action?
Maybe they are.
Because even when you look at institutions whose leaders have tenure of office, the question you want to ask is, how influenceable, if I may use the term, are they? And how independent really Are they? And this is in every public institution that you think of. We are told that there are all these powers that they have, but do they? And can they? My opinion is that it boils down to not the institution. The institutions will have that tenure, but it's the individuals.
Yes.
And the manner in which they're selected, and the feeling that they are there to serve the purpose or to do the bidding of the people who put them in those positions in the first place.
So you're saying it's not the institution of the referee, it's the individual referee.
It's the individual referee, because there will be referees who will be blamed. The only good thing about the body that manages it, if it is found and they have technology that what you did was unacceptable, you never referee again. They don't joke about it. They expect you to hold the highest standard, and they hold you to it. And that's why they have camera reviews, they have all these things, just to determine whether this thing was true. We've gotten to the point where if it's a foul or a goal and you're not sure, you ask the assistant referee. If you're not sure,
replay the video.
Exactly. Now, it means when the referee does something that they shouldn't do, it will be found out. In the same way with athletics, when they test for doping, it's not that athletes don't take energy enhancing, ability enhancing. No, they do. But there will be certain substances that are banned because they give somebody an undue advantage.
But here we're in a situation, CT, where the referee, actually, even if the referee tries to make noise, they're told, where, tuta toka. You actually, you need to leave. Look, you're not the right person for this, just because the referee has blown the whistle.
Look, we had a government officer in the office of the Auditor General. All the auditor does is just present what he finds. It's not as though he goes to create it. He audits. That's what auditors do. They present what they have found. And unfortunately, what hits the headlines are the terrible things that they find. And they bring it out. Look at the number of years that gentleman has been under. There's hardly anyone who has not attacked him. But they couldn't sack him. They had to wait for his term of office to expire.
You know why he has actually survived? You know why Auditor Generals, even before that, remember in the Moi days, there was an Auditor General.
All those times, there was a gentleman by the name of Njoroge.
Yes, Njoroge, who stayed on for long because the report of the Auditor General is not binding. Because the Auditor General just says, I recommend A, B, C, D. So whether you take my recommendation or not, well, it's up to you. And because he actually has no teeth, that's why he survives. Any independent body that calls itself independent but has teeth,
like which one, Eric?
Like the IEBC should have teeth. You see, the electoral laws actually say that the IEBC should be able to bar a candidate from participating in an election. The electoral body is actually the one that is announcing a result. That is teeth.
But it has humans at the helm of it, and these humans might have affiliations and so on. So they've got to be regulated to a certain extent. You don't want somebody being able to bar a candidate because he himself doesn't feel like. So they've got to follow the structures in place.
So it's a matter of structures, right? So if you have an issue with a certain person, then you take them to court and such.
I mean, the independence of the IEBC is crucial. It came into place at a time where the trust in government by Kenyans was very low. So we needed, I think there's about 14 commissions that were established in the new constitution, and they came in almost to put a check on the government, so to speak. But what you find is they've also been used, the IEBC I'm talking about, as an instrument for politics. They've been politicized. So if people are not happy with the results, on one side you hear so and so must go, and that disrupts the political process, which is what sometimes maybe the opposition might want, or we've seen instances of that. And then what happens on the side of the government, to frustrate the IEBC, they don't give them funding at the right time. So yes, their independence is compromised. I don't disagree with that. But what else can we do? What is the alternative? What is the solution?
The solution is to make sure that we respect the outcome or what the referee has said. That's basically what I'm saying. Look,
is the referee as an individual compromised sometimes?
If the referee,
you still want us to respect that?
Yes.
Even if the referee is biased. So for instance, let's go back to your analogy of the football game, and there's a referee. Let's say it's, I don't know, two teams,
Manchester,
Man U
and okay.
Do they play together?
Tottenham Hotspur, yes.
I don't know how it
works. So you know them, Jerry.
She knows the names.
I know the names. I don't know. But do they get an opportunity opportunity to play together at any point against each other. Okay.
Yes.
So say you have Man U and the Spurs and they're playing, and there's the referee whom we have to go, he's got the final word on whatever happened.
Yes.
What if he's been compromised and he's been given some money, which we used to see quite a bit of in cricket, actually. That I remember, where the referee was actually compromised.
To throw the game.
The umpire, right, yeah.
we even see it in the World Cup and all those things.
In the World Cup, absolutely. Do we still go with with what the referee says?
Yes. If the referee,
so it's basically down to the highest bidder or whichever tribe the guy at the helm of the IEBC is at.
This is where the checks and balances come in. If the referee actually sends you off, right?
There's that VAR thing. What's VAR, by the way?
VAR, video assistant referee.
Right.
Video assistant referee. So if the referee sends you off the pitch, red card, you go off. Then what you do after the match, you file a petition. And that petition actually goes now to the body that's managing the league, and also goes to the referee's
But you
body.
see, and can they ever reverse the results of a match?
They
No.
They can actually cancel. They
can't. They can cancel the results of a match.
The result of a match. If evidence is sufficient to show that this particular referee was compromised, and therefore the outcome of this match was compromised, they can get to that extent and say,
ask for a
Has that ever happened?
It hasn't happened because
it has never happened.
It hasn't happened in
I know
an
infamous
case.
one in 1966 with the hand of God and the World Cup. And the English, did they win it or lose it or something happened?
They lost it to Diego.
Didn't they win the World Cup in 1966? Actually, sorry, I've conflated.
In 66 they won the World Cup.
I've conflated two.
In 86 was the hand of God.
Okay, so can they go back and actually change the outcome of the results, and then that would change the point systems in the Premiership?
Yes, actually call for a rematch. Say this game needs to be played again.
Okay, which we saw happen here with the re-election.
In a case where maybe you've been given a red card and they find that this red card was unwarranted, they actually say, no, we cancel the penalty of the red card. And the red card, of course, means that you don't play for the next 2 games. So they say, no, we find that this red card was unwarranted because of ABCD. Or they may actually come in and say, the red card was warranted. In fact, you even deserve more punishment. And they penalize you.
They've even reversed wins in athletics.
Yes.
People have lost medals.
Because of drugs.
Yeah.
Because of being on drug enhancing.
Yes.
Not only drugs. Maybe you did something, you crossed a lane, and somebody complained, and they looked at the video and they found it was true. You see, the reason why these decisions usually are held in high esteem is because those particular sports, the rules are regarded to be fair, by and large. And people, by and large, try to uphold them. But you see, we are discussing a situation in a country where that situation doesn't exist. In fact, the complete opposite is what exists.
What doesn't exist?
Where people are thought to be fair.
Order, fairness. Doesn't exist.
I don't know where you think we live, CT, but nothing seems to work according to you.
It doesn't work.
It's not working.
No, folks.
So how are we surviving?
It's surviving
by the grace
because
of God.
Because not because of government effort. It's because of individual effort.
Right.
It survives because there are Kenyans who believe in what ought to be done, how it should be done correctly.
So they're Kenyans with a soul.
They are Kenyans. That's what makes
so not
it
everybody
happen.
is
But
soulless.
the government.
Let me take you up on this, City. So you're saying the rules are not fair.
I'm saying
the rules here are the laws that we have in place.
The
election laws.
Allow me to explain myself. The rules here are not the laid down structures. The rules here are the people who are supposed to uphold them, because they manifest the rules. We see the application of the rules through these people. The unfairness we talk about is not the rules.
It's
Why
the
do you have
individuals.
committees that are supposed to rectify things that have gone wrong? Because we know what should be done, so they go back to it. When Mariga was told he cannot be a candidate, there's a committee within IEBC that looks into this. They went by the rules, and the rules found, this guy qualifies. Yes, the rules are in place. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about us, the people of Kenya, who are supposed to ensure that these things are followed for the betterment of the individual. It's not followed. So that's what I'm saying. It's not there. If the people who are supposed to apply them correctly don't, then those things are non-existent.
Eric, tell us more about these amendments coming in with this new bill that's being passed. It now allows for 3 sitting commissioners for it to be functional as opposed to 5. What do you think the purpose, what is the intended purpose of that? Is that mischievous, do you think, on part of the government?
No, I don't think it's mischievous. I think it's trying to solve a problem. So we've had 5 to 7 commissioners. In the last IEBC, we saw a mass exodus. And when you have 5 to 7, also it talks about the quorum. So
you
the
can't
quorum
have
shall
less
be,
than
you
X.
shall not have less than X.
Which was 5 at the time.
Yes.
For an election to be held.
Exactly.
Right.
So we've reduced the number of commissioners. Basically what they've said is we are looking at other jurisdictions as well that have electoral bodies that have only 3 permanent commissioners.
Right, and they're
because
permanent.
the job of the commission is being executed by the secretariat. The commissioner's job is at the policy level, is saying this is what we're going to do, this is how we shall conduct our election. But the people who actually do it, the secretariat. You've got the returning officers, the county election officers, the constituency election officers, and all. So if the secretariat is working, why do you need to have so many people? And then they start fighting back and forth. I think it's a good thing to reduce the number.
It's definitely a good thing. I think it also serves to reduce the occurrences of the IEBC holding governments to ransom. We saw what happened in the last election where we had, his name, Akombe?
Yes, Dr. Rosalind Akombe.
Dr. Rosalind Akombe take off at the last minute, which then, you do question the integrity of the IEBC. Why wait till the last minute? If you feel things weren't right, you should have come out with it and say it. You can't go along just so that as to jeopardize a particular process and pull out at the last minute. So I think the fewer people they are, the less chances and the less occurrences of such situations.
And then
that's what I foresee with 3 commissioners.
Indeed. And the second thing that the amendment is seeking to do is seeking to have a permanent group of people that is actually multi-sectoral. So you've got representatives of the citizens, you've got representatives of lawyers and religious organizations who will sit as permanently as and they'll be called upon when
a board.
It's like a board, yes. When there's a vacancy in any of the 3 commissioners, you shall sit and recruit and replace that person. So you've got a quicker process, a quicker turnaround. Right now, we don't have actually a mechanism for quick turnaround
and
of
who
appointment.
picks the people on this board? Could it be an opportunity for government to further influence the IEBC?
It could be.
And again, compromise its independence. I'm just looking at sort of the pitfalls of these amendments and the possibilities.
The reason why it has several members, actually, I think it has 7 members. So you've got the Law Society of Kenya represented, so they send a representative. You've got the churches, religious organizations sending representatives. You've got, those ones are representing the public. You see?
I'm very against the idea of church and state mixing. I believe it's like water and oil.
We actually do live in the same country.
In this particular case,
we're a religious, we're a Christian country.
By the same laws.
And in this particular case, we're using the church as an organ of the people.
So
it's the people.
It's representative of a certain group of people.
Yes.
Yes.
Just like we have a church representation in the JSC.
I mean, surely, if you have lawyers representing people, surely lawyers.
No, but all this is to do with a legal framework, and the law works in a certain way. The church representing people.
So what they're doing here is we're saying that the person who actually is elected is appointed as IEBC commissioner represents the people.
I don't believe the church should have anything to do with any state organ.
So why should lawyers have anything to do with state organs?
Because the way in which the state is run is grounded or underpinned by law. Either the constitution, not by religious beliefs, because those are subject to change.
Our
and they're subjective.
Our value system
They
goes
are
back
absolutely,
and it goes down.
And they change from one individual to another. So you have Muslims, Hindus, atheists.
Yes.
How are atheists represented by the church being there, for instance?
Whereas
with the law is a blanket
atheists.
structure and it covers
and the
everybody.
lawyers do that.
Yeah, they take care of the atheists. I don't know why it is such a big issue. It's clear. Yes.
No, but that's a discussion for another day, and maybe we should have it, whether the church and state should mix.
They're not mixing, Jerry.
No, they are. The church and state in Kenya is mixed. Our national anthem is a prayer.
They're
the church had
everywhere.
a lot.
Even in the UK,
no. The church
your head
does not
of state is the queen, and she's also the head of the church.
Okay, that's more ceremonial than anything.
Oh, now it's ceremonial.
We know the queen and the monarchy is absolutely ceremonial.
And their national anthem, God Save.
God save our queen.
Yes,
no. But church and state there do not mix. And we can have a lengthy discussion about this at another time. Can we tell me who would be in this board that would be selecting the commissioners in case one steps down?
Those are the ones, not the 7 people.
So there's the LSK, the church.
The LSK, the church. Let me look it up again as you continue the conversation. I'll give it to you shortly.
So it's not individuals appointed at the pleasure of the president?
Yes.
The leisure of
it's
the president.
Actually a representative body that sits to do the recruitment.
So there'll be
process.
someone from the civil society
as well is also represented.
There'll be someone from
media, perhaps.
Media, definitely. They never miss in these things.
No, media
media
is never represented in these things, man. Unfortunately.
Why not?
There's nothing like media. Like a representative from the media, nothing. Nowhere. Not even, not in anybody.
Is it that they don't want to, or is it that they're not allowed to?
We are played by lawyers.
Is that the reason why there's no representation by media?
If we actually even advance that conversation, if you look at the constitutional commissions that have been set up, nearly all of them, the requirement for the chairperson is you must be a lawyer. Why?
Well, because the matter deals with the law, I think it stands to reason that it would be good to have somebody who actually understands the subject.
IEBC has matters of law, yes?
Yes.
Gender Commission?
Yes.
Where?
Law. You see, this is what you call a dictatorship by the lawyers. Because they're the ones who draft the constitution anyway, aren't they? So do you really think they're going to draft a constitution and leave themselves out? They must give themselves pole position. Come on. If the church drafted our constitution, you'd find bishops in every for every stone you throw, you hit some like around 3 bishops. So lawyers have their say in this because this is their field of operation. This is their area of expertise. Really.
Back to what I was saying about keeping politicians. So if we look at an election process, who are the key stakeholders in that? We've got the voter is the number one stakeholder because they're using this process to elect a leader, right?
Even the leaders themselves are voters.
Voters, yes. And then you've got the candidates who are seeking to be elected by the people.
And who are also voters.
But at this point, let's actually just categorize them as candidates seeking position of leadership.
Yes.
And then you've also got, of course, the observers, and this is everybody else, the people who are not participating in this, but they're sitting there as independent observers. In the way the Kenyan situation is, politicians, that's the candidates, have actually abrogated themselves the role of the most important stakeholder in this. So they're the ones who've been deciding, we're complaining about how do we elect people into this commission. If you look at the composition of the IEBC or even the Kivuitu Commission, it had to have a lot of, political, play in this. How are we going to elect these people into the commission?
Well, I don't think all of that noise or shake and bake, as it were, came as a result of national interests. When you look at how deeply involved politicians become in the election process, it's not because they're looking for the general wherewithal or of the nation. Definitely it has personal interest. They want to see that their personal interest is fulfilled in the process of going to the ballot box. When you find themselves camping out there and putting their own observers there, or making sure that the IEBC reporters or the IEBC workers come correct, it's for their own personal interests. Now, if they are in the if they are at the point of election counting, for example, vote counting, and they have their people there observing the process, etc., etc. If something goes wrong, then they're going to be up in arms. If something goes right, it'll be smiles all around. So when they are involved in the process, they're not involved because they really care about what happens with the country. It's coming from a personal interest, 100%. So should they be involved in that process? Do they have the right to be there? Are they then interfering with what the IEBC is doing in terms of their processes?
So, as we think of answering that, I've got the answer to what we were talking about. The members of the appointment, into the selection panel, right? So the first person is 4 persons, being 2 men and 2 women, nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission. Then we got 1 person nominated by the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, 1 nominated by the National Council of Churches of Kenya, 1 by the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, the National Muslim Leaders Forum, and the Council of Imams and Preachers of Kenya. So jointly they nominate 1 person nominated by the Evangelical Alliance of Kenya, 1 by the Hindu Council of Kenya.
So a lot of religion.
Yes,
into it.
Into this particular one. But this is now the first one after we amend this act. These are the ones that are going to select the next commissioners. But then when it comes to the permanent one, we're going to have more representation from the people, and the selection panel at that point shall have 4 persons, that is 2 men and 2 women from the Public Service Commission, Parliamentary Service Commission. We shall have 1 person nominated by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, 1 by the Law Society of Kenya, 1 by the National Gender and Equality Commission, 1 person nominated by the AG, that's from the AG's office, 1 nominated by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, 1 nominated by the Interreligious Council of Kenya.
Oh, and these are all to select commissioners?
Yes. This one's the members of that selection panel are the ones who will be sitting actually to go through the entire process of filling the vacancy of commission.
On what?
Where do people disagree?
A revelation from God, it sounds like.
The persons with living with disabilities and other interest groups.
Yes.
Not quite mentioned here. Maybe the Attorney General is the one that should consider that.
Or do they fall under gender?
Maybe actually the Gender and Equality Commission, right? The Gender and Equality Commission does that.
And youth and children.
Gender and equality.
So gender represents everything.
There's also
there seems to be a lot of religious people on that.
Yes,
on that board.
I counted.
Bringing church and state together.
Yes, but if you count, how many were they? Evangelicals, Catholic bishops.
No, that is in the first one.
Yes,
there are two panels. So the first
one
that
has
the first one that has the evangelicals and all,
and the Hindus
is actually the
and
one
the
that's going
Muslims.
to be the first one.
Yes.
This immediately we enact this law because we need to appoint commissioners. This is what's going to be. But the permanent selection panel is the one I'm saying. It has LSK, it has Ethics and Anti-Corruption, it has Gender and Equality Commission, it's got religious, interreligious and interfaith.
So it's other commissions almost managing other commissions.
Yeah.
So do they have people do they have people look after animal rights and the environment in this commission?
This is what I mean.
So
it's very interesting that there's quite a lot of emphasis placed on the religious representation. That's very interesting. And I think it's a discussion we should actually have perhaps tomorrow as to whether church and state should mix. Because personally, I believe one is for private life, the other is for public life.
And by mixing, what do you mean?
In that, should the church have anything to do with governance matters, i.e.
should people who are religious be involved in any governance matters?
No, you can be religious, but you cannot bring your religious to the arena.
Your religious is part and parcel of your life.
No. So I'll give you a very good example where you'll find conflict. So if we're a Christian nation, so to speak, i.e. governance, what about for people who don't believe in Christianity? And then the Constitution also gives you your freedom of speech and freedom of thought and freedom of expression, let's say. So are you allowed to speak against Christianity? Can you see there'll be a lot of conflicting issues?
No.
Another one, you're not allowed to speak against Christianity.
You're allowed to speak if you wish.
Well, then are you being unpatriotic? Could that even be considered
No.
treason? If
In
you're
the-
a
in this
Christian
country,
nation?
no.
For instance,
are you saying they'll
in this
disqualify
country-
a candidate who comes before them and says, I'm an atheist?
Well, it's a possibility.
So yes,
it's
a voting
possibility.
system. So if the religious organizations say that,
I want to
then
give
the
you
others-
another very good example of why church and state shouldn't mix. And for me, this stood out is in the Constitution with regards to abortion and life beginning, because suddenly the church seems to know when life begins, and you have scientists who have debated this over years.
And what makes you
and
think the church doesn't have people who are scientists?
and philosophers as well, but there's no definitive answers to when life begins. But we have put in our constitution that life begins at conception, therefore barring or banning or abortion is basically illegal because it's in our constitution, and that was pushed very heavily by the church. But the church
actually didn't feel like it won in this, and that's why the church was pushing for no. The church campaigned against
because they wanted even more of their ideas, and you cannot have church and state mix. I won't go into the details why. We'll discuss that tomorrow.
I want to discuss this tomorrow.
No, we'll discuss it tomorrow. But I want to finish this example that I'm giving with regards to abortion and the church pushing for this provision in the constitution. First of all, it's an unconstitutional matter. This is something that should have been a law so that it can evolve with the time. But in doing that, you then curb stem cell research or embryonic research, where they use embryos for research to treat a number of different diseases, and that's happening all over the world. Whereas we can't do that because the church has come in and said actually life begins at conception, and because killing is illegal, you cannot have an abortion.
There are other reasons beyond the ones you're giving, Jerry.
The Constitution making.
There's many reasons. I'm just giving an example of where the church
it's
led to an absurdity because of the church's involvement in our governance.
Constitution making is actually a process. It's a negotiation. It's a negotiated process, right?
We don't need the church to negotiate our legal framework. We don't need it. And let's not forget the church is based on a set of beliefs.
They are stakeholders.
It's set on a set based on a set of beliefs that was given to us.
But Jerry, you don't have more of a say on this matter than the church does. Everyone has a say.
Subjective. No, what I say is let the law decide. Let it be purely legal.
But when the law decides,
who is it?
The law takes certain things into consideration when it is deciding,
and it takes care of the interests of the citizenry.
It takes care of the interests of the citizenry and morals and beliefs are all encompassed in that. Yes, we know you can't legislate morality.
You can't legislate for morality. So why are we trying to do this? We'll discuss it tomorrow. Actually, that's what I'll talk about tomorrow. Should church and state mix? It's water and oil. They shouldn't.
And this is stemming from the fact that, among the proposals is that we have religious organizations sitting in the selection panel for IEBC.
Quite a number. There was
and you're
saying
that,
Hindu representative,
but also if you look,
Islam representative,
if you look
Christian,
at it, if you look at it this way,
evangelicals.
what is it? What is the main issue about elections? It's about trust, and trust stems from what we've been discussing for many days here. It's about value system.
And inclusivity.
The
Okay, so let's have a Kikuyu representative, a Luo representative. That's where people have felt excluded. Not from a religious perspective. People in Kenya, the idea of exclusion, when you say it, what comes to mind is a tribal exclusion. So let's have a Luo representative,
you're discussing politics now.
I'm actually talking about
if
why
you want to
why
feel
you'd
represented. People feel more represented by
religion.
a tribal leader than they do by their religious
Why you'd
leader.
have religion here, the way I see it, is because they are the custodians of our moral system.
Oh,
if you look at it from that point, from a very specific point of view, where we're saying
they're pushing for material acquisition, that's where our morals lie as a country.
They may be wrong, but as a society, we've actually given them that job.
Eric, let's have this discussion tomorrow.
I think you brought up an issue. When asking in terms of when we deal with IEBC, we deal from a particular position of trust.
Yes.
Do we? Why we have politicians involved at the level to which they're involved is because they do not trust this independent body.
We deal from a position of mistrust.
Politicians do not mistrust. That's what I'm saying. They do not trust this body to be able to fulfill their personal interest or personal agenda.
No,
that
it's
is
not
clear.
about trust.
It's
because the politicians are coming from a point where they'd like to manipulate the system.
Because they don't trust that the system will go.
It's not about trusting.
It is.
It's from a point where they want to manipulate.
There is a selfish premise from which they operate.
Yes.
And to say that with this, I will not put my trust in this body to be able to achieve.
Let me give you an example of trust. Let me give you an example of trust.
My personal interest is.
Let me give you an example of trust and where trust actually comes into play. In 1992, in the first multi-party election, right, we had Kenneth Matiba, Mwai Kibaki, and Jaramogi all contesting and competing against Daniel Arap Moi, right? Moi won. Kenneth Matiba stood and said, I do not believe I have lost. And he went through the process. He went to court. He said, I'd like to file a petition. Of course, the courts played him and told him, you have to go and serve Moi physically. And basically, the whole thing just collapsed at that point. But in the subsequent election of 97, he said, I'm not going to participate in this because I don't trust the process. And he said, I'm not going to participate in it. From that standpoint, he's saying, I don't trust it. I'm not going to participate in it. What we see now with our politicians is they participate in the process. At the point where they've been declared loser, they don't have trust in the process. Why were you participating in a process that you believe did not have trust? And that's why I'm telling you, the issue is they've tried to manipulate. Maybe they feel that they've been outplayed in manipulation by the other party. And they start complaining and saying, you guys have been compromised.
Eric,
if on the day of the election...
speculation, you realize that, Eric.
No.
You've got a very
No. We see it.
Sinister lens.
We see it all the time.
Through, and you're assuming all this. All these are assumptions.
At the end of an electoral process, that's when you're actually hearing all these complaints.
But for you to make the assertion that one side was able to manipulate better than the other side, and that's why this side got pissed off.
That's what the politicians
all
feel.
Those are just your hunches.
Yes,
I mean, there's no evidence.
So you're
to
saying
this.
that the only way to display mistrust or to say that if you feel that you don't trust it, then don't participate from the very beginning.
Yes.
But one could also argue that in the absence of participation, you would not understand the system. And you wouldn't understand whether it works or not. It's the participation that
allows you to know
that
I
this
don't
thing
trust
doesn't
them.
quite work.
Once you participate, exactly. So once you participate and you've gone through the processes, you see, the way in which they were operating here, the way in which they carried out this particular exercise, the way in which I saw this happening, that's now what helps you to form the basis to say, I do not trust the system because of how I have seen them operate. Before me experiencing that, I can't tell you whether I trust or not. If I don't trust you as an individual, I can't do that by having met you for 1 minute. I must go through some kind of relation with you.
If you look at the complaints that people normally have,
but that process comes into play after the experience has been had.
Yes,
of course.
Exactly.
So you follow the process. When the people are complaining, very many people who complain, those who complain about the process actually go to court. They file petitions. And they file a petition and say, this is what happened in this particular polling center or in this particular tallying center. And I believe that there was foul play in this particular case. They don't single out an individual. The others who do not do that actually single out individuals. And that's why you hear Isaac Hassan must go. That's why here Chebukati must go, Kivuitu must go.
That's when
because
we
we're personalizing it. Exactly.
That's when we use it as a political instrument.
We are actually talking about
not
the institution of referee.
When we align the leaders of those bodies with certain parties and certain individuals, and we feel that they look after the interests of the people who put them there. So it isn't even a system. People complained about the commissioners. So and so is so and so's person. So and so is so and so's person.
Yes.
And the problem begins at the point when they are appointed.
And so, as a result, and theoretically speaking, can they actually be independent? If you've been appointed, do you then owe somebody a sense of favor?
You know something.
You see now, if you have
just intuitively, I'm talking about.
You actually don't.
You don't. You should still be independent, and you can rule against them.
You should be independent. You principally.
I understand.
Principally, you should be independent.
But is it possible in practice?
Practically, it's not. All right, and this is what happens, and that's why I'm saying we need to remove politicians completely from this whole process. At any point, the only way politicians are dealing with the IEBC is when they're participating.
Who is appointing these boards?
Which boards?
These boards that are going to appoint
the members of those organizations.
Who is going to appoint them?
Who? The members of the organizations.
Oh, the different organizations.
The different organizations
bring somebody up.
Like we see in the JSC, for example.
Eric, the politicians will always be involved. Elections in our universities mirrored our national elections in a way that should have you horrified. The amount of money that is spent. But just in case you think that was the limit of being horrified, if you look at the elections that take place in our mainstream churches and the goings on, again, it mirrors the elections at the national level. And what is of interest, these very politicians we speak of get involved in these processes, whether it's the university or the church. These people go to church. These people are members of the church. They're members of the society. And the same things that we see in the national elections take place. So even when you talk about the church representative and you imagine the politicians will not be involved, no, they're always involved.
Yes, they're involved, but
they're always involved.
They shouldn't be involved directly.
My brother, many of our church leaders are themselves very profound politicians. That's how they end up with their jobs, whether they're bishops or archbishops or whatever. They are people who are very finely tuned to the political link process. They know it. So this one we can't run away from.
Let's open up the conversation then now. 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. Coming to 17 minutes to 9 o'clock. Should politicians be involved in any way in the selection or the management of IEBC? And I'm saying that they shouldn't. The only way to make sure that the referee is independent is making sure that the players have no influence at all on the referee. Good morning. This is the Situation Room.
Calling all homeowners present and future. It's time to live your dream in your dream home. Whether you're looking to buy or simply renovate it. From Friday 27th to Sunday 29th of September 2019 from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. come on over and be part of the Owner Home Expo at KICC courtesy of the Standard Group in partnership with The Property Show. Get to interact with home developers, real estate representatives, financial advisors, as well as other private and public players in the market to help you realize your home goals. It's your window of opportunity. Your door has finally opened and entry for all will be absolutely free. Owner Home Expo.
Find a home.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Traffic.
Coming out of Naivasha Road and trying to join to Ngong Road is a bit of a nightmare this morning, and it's moving very slowly, really bumper to bumper. At about 8:45 o'clock is still an issue. We don't have so much going on coming out of the Thika Superhighway. Joining the Globe Cinema roundabout and trying to get into the CBD was a bit of a concern, but that seems to have dissipated. All right, we seem to have had a sewer burst on Limuru Road from 6 Parklands Avenue to Muthaiga, and it's been this way for some time. And it's making vehicles slow down as they approach the area, which in turn is causing traffic. Bagadi Way heading to Ngong Road, Kumeshikana, traffic all the way to Timor. And of course, that's what we see heading again towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. The state of Kiambu Road this morning is a total mess. The overlapping styles aren't working anymore. Traffic is not moving, trying to join the Thika Superhighway from that area. All right. Unfortunately, the Embakasi train is currently stuck, and it's not getting off the tracks anytime soon. So anyone who's trying to get into town through that, you're stuck, and they're trying to figure that out so that you can. One engine has failed and can't pull the rest of the coaches, and so we have that happening coming out of Embakasi. In case you're wondering what is going on there. Everything else seems to be moving along smoothly. Mombasa Road is not giving us too much of a nightmare anymore. That's the situation on the roads right now. 0719-012-600.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Hashtag Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation on Facebook, Spice FM KE, on Twitter, Spice FM KE, and also on our website, www.spicefm.co.ke. In the Situation Room this morning, I'm Eric Latif, CT Muga, Jerry Thorne, and Ndu Oko are in the room. We are talking about the IEBC. There is a bill that's going to for the third reading in the National Assembly today, and this is the IEBC Amendment Act that seeks to reduce the number of commissioners to 3 and also set a permanent and independent selection panel that will be picking out who gets into the IEBC as one of the 3 commissioners or the 3 commissioners. And now the conversation is, it's a good thing because it keeps politicians out of this process. And the problem we've had with the IEBC, in my opinion, is we've had a lot of meddling with the IEBC itself, with the commissioners. So the commissioners have previously been selected through a political process, and that is political parties participating in this, those in the government, those in opposition, participating in nominating names or in campaigning and pushing for people to be appointed as commissioners of IEBC. Those people get into office and they are expected to actually lean towards the people who pushed for them to get elected. And that's why we see at the end of every election, people start talking about, Chebukati was actually, the name Chebukati had been proposed by the ODM side, but the NASA side. Why is NASA now thinking that Chebukati has been turned? We start generalizing and personalizing a very important and crucial process. Politicians should never participate in how IEBC is selected or how it runs.
Is that what the new bill proposes?
This bill is before the House today, right?
Yes.
And what we're saying the bill does is
the
actually create...
The bill before the House, it's before politicians.
Exactly. This is
and it's
removing powers.
This is what I'm saying. The people who are going to decide on whether the body should be independent and whether we are going to reduce the number of commissioners to 3 are the same people who will eventually manipulate the system to work in their favor. And the responsibility of limiting that number is now being put before the same people.
This I'd like to see.
This will be very interesting to see how it plays out.
Of course, it went through the public participation process. And many people came and gave memoranda to the Committee on Constitution Implementation Oversight Committee led by Jeremiah Kioni. And when they were coming to give some of these, some of what they thought, you'd hear MPs actually comment and say, no. We cannot do this. There are some things we must be real. We cannot do this. So we wait to see the report and how, because the report now will be tabled before Assembly. That's what's happening in the third reading. Basically, we're saying that politicians, from this point on, if it passes, politicians will have little say on the composition of IEBC.
I think no say, because they have the powers at the moment as they stand to approve or disapprove through vetting. And I think this is why it's important that media especially gets involved in the political process, because when these MPs are voting on such issues or issues that affect them, such as their salaries and so on, their constituents aren't necessarily watching or understanding what's going on. Now, those would be the people that would hold them accountable as to how their vote goes. And this is the importance of media getting involved. I see this bill passing for one reason or another. I think it's been pushed quite strongly, so I see the bill passing. What do you see?
I think it will pass because the politicians don't need a bill to prevent them from interfering with these things. And the reason why I say this is every Kenyan who is in a position of authority is always pandering himself and preparing himself for the office of being a member of parliament.
Right.
It seems to be the one thing people consider to be the highest position.
It does come with a few perks in Kenya.
It comes with a lot of perks.
Politicians
think about it. How many jobs do you have where you can decide how much you're going to earn? decide.
Very few.
And you earn.
Or even how you're going to govern yourself.
And you govern yourself.
Yep.
This bill will pass. It's, let me say, the likelihood of it passing is very high, because whether it passes or not, it does not influence what politicians do. Not really.
They will still do it.
Yes, they will.
0719-012-600. I've got Lydia on the line. Good morning, Lydia.
Good morning, Spice FM.
Yes.
Good morning.
Thank you for this good subject. I feel the media also should be included. And I recently heard that there is a new legal body of experienced lawyers. One of them they mentioned was Mata Karua.
Yes,
So
senior
that
counsel.
body should also be included.
Right.
Hello?
Yes.
So that is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you, Lydia. 0719-012-600. You know what I was saying? That the politicians have also still ensured that they have a say in this. One of the bodies that is going to sit in the selection panel is the Parliamentary Service Commission.
I suppose they could count. They also do have a right as a stakeholder. It's just we have such low levels of trust and confidence in our politicians, sadly. So we see any rights that they enjoy as almost oppression to us.
These commissions that people go to, it isn't as though there is some independent body that is set up to... No. People lobby for these things.
Yes,
these
sure.
are political appointments. People lobby.
And heavily so.
Yes.
I think
there's horse
my
trading.
My issue is not even is the IEBC independent in terms of not having politicians getting involved. It's the independence and integrity of the individual that I would question. Now, do we have individuals in Kenya that are capable of being independent and strong enough to fight off quite powerful people when they try and meddle?
Yes.
Do we have individuals who are strong, independent, and have that integrity?
They exist.
Such as?
They exist.
Who?
Oh, you want me to name names?
Give me a name.
All right. There's one Mr. Kinoti who's a DCI.
Okay.
We have the gentleman who's the Director of Public Prosecution.
I think Martha Karua actually is a very strong
I had begun,
individual.
but
I was helping you along.
I-
But no, my point was that I think we should focus on the ability of the individuals to be independent as opposed to the body being independent. Because if the individuals are independent, then the body is independent.
While
So long
we-
as the body
you
is
see,
not
How we-
systemically,
how-
so long as the body is not systemically interfered with, i.e., the funds are given on time and so on, then it then all boils down to the independence and
Of
the
the
integrity
individuals.
of the individual,
You see
and
that-
that's what we
you
should
see-
be
you see where I was
discussing.
leading with this. If
Their
you talk about
propensity to be
independent
compromised.
City,
and so
allow
on.
me to cut you short because I've got Stephen who's calling in from Busia. Good morning, Stephen. We just lost him. He was holding in. He was holding on. So yes, you're talking about independence of the institution versus independence, or coupled with independence of the individuals.
I think the only thing that actually matters is the independence of the individuals, because the institution can be supposedly independent, but if the individuals themselves don't have integrity and are not independent and can be compromised, then that's the weakest link,
Jerry,
and you're only as strong as
we've
your
had a
weakest link.
history of these independent individuals. That is one of the reasons why government processes, even the single party system, was challenged. That is the individual thinking. All these people we speak about, when we talk about the Right Honorable Raila Odinga and the position, that's independent thinking. Someone who
Commission
isn't
is
going
only
with
as
the
good as
flow.
its commissioners. That's what I'm trying to say. So
And
the
I'm
commission
agreeing
can
with
be
you.
given
It
all
goes-
the
it
independence.
goes
You can
beyond
look
that,
at it and
Jerry.
say it's apples that make
No,
an apple
goes beyond
tree.
that,
There's
Jerry. Let me
there's systemic ways in which you
Yes.
can curb their independence,
And they're
that's
compromised that
usually
way.
through lack of
Budget.
political support,
Budget
in terms
allocation.
of funding and so on.
And that has happened a
And-
lot. Look at Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
And then maybe not
one of the
having a
ways in
legal
which when you
framework.
have somebody who appears to be independent, they discuss him in Parliament. They say this person must go, and how are we going to deal with you? We are going to cut your budget. Look at the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. This is exactly what has happened to the SRC. So yes, we may have somebody who appears to be independent, and then we start discussing them. Huyu Serema nafikiri yeye ni nani? And what do we do next? We are going to deal with her, with this commission, by dealing with the budget. So we have ways in which politicians are interfering with the independence of these institutions by...
You know, the thing about our politicians is they believe they have not immunity, they have impunity. Yes, because if you look at the way they behave, they conduct themselves. The question we were asking the other day, you see, these aren't people who are going to let decision-making processes or bodies
Stop them
no,
from their
they
agenda.
and they're not going to
Yeah.
allow them to be independent. So, Njeri, you are right. There are individuals who can actually stand up, but there'll be a price to pay. Just look at the individuals we've mentioned. Martha Karua has always been fought, but Martha Karua, as you say correctly, has always been fiercely independent. There's no question about it. Now, people don't like that. You're considered not a team player. But
you must come and join us in
but
this.
they forget the former president, Kibaki, was himself a very independent thinker. Yes. That is part of the reason why he was able to do the things he did. He didn't pander to public. He didn't really give too much of a hoot about public opinion and what have you. He was clear. That's independent thinking. And with him came other independent thinkers.
Right.
That space was created. But when you have a leadership at the top that panders to psychophancy, then everybody else in leadership will follow that particular
follow the
train.
same route.
So even if this bill passes, what we are looking at is unfortunately quite dire, because even if this bill should pass today after the discussion, it's the third reading today that we're looking at, even if it does pass, we are still, the forecast or the doom and gloom is that regardless of what happens, that the politicians are going to do what they want anyway. Even if we do have an independent autonomous body, they're still going to do what they want. They'll manipulate the system to work in the way in which they want
this
it.
tries or goes somewhere in strengthening the
It
legal
does.
framework
It
through
does.
which
It
the
does.
commissioners
It
operate.
does.
So
It does.
we
It does.
can't say it's completely obsolete.
No,
There
not
is
even
some-
completely. It is something big. It's a massive
It's a step in the right
It's
direction.
a massive step. Remember, we do have the civil society who represent independent minded. Look at how they are fought.
Who represent the West. Sorry, what did you say?
Yes, independent thought. It is independent thought. They are fought. Oh, they are fought at every turn.
Who's civil society?
They are fought.
Because they come
And they
in
fight
with Western
back.
agenda.
The media is also fought. And that's the bastion of independent thought. And they are fought, and they're fought, and they're fought. This particular government has tried very, very, very hard to muzzle it. They've tried at every turn, but they've
I
been
don't
fought.
know. Do you have a basis for your claim, CT? Where have they tried
Oh, yes.
to muzzle the media?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I think the media has never been more independent.
Because they fought back. It isn't as though they were allowed
They
to
were not
just...
just- they didn't take it lying down.
What attempts did the government make to muzzle the media?
The process of, for example, enacting this current legal regime, that's the Kenya Information and Communication Act, the KICA, well, it had a lot of back and forth in terms of how far the government was attempting to say, every time that you have a story on air, it should be vetted before it goes on air. That kind of stuff. And it was there. It was actually
Because
there
the media
in the initial
can be
bill.
misleading and the media can be bought. So it too
Everybody
needs,
can
safety
be bought.
checks.
Absolutely. So then politicians shouldn't be allowed to speak in public before being vetted.
And actually, you see what happened at that point is that there was now the creation of the Media Council of Kenya. It started off as an independent self-regulatory body, and the media fraternity pushed for it to become part of.
Yes.
It's actually a state body now, the Media Council of Kenya. So yes, there have been all these attempts. And just to conclude on this, and then we actually now look at how we are curtailing expression and how we need to fight. What are you calling it? Fake news. But I think
Every bad thing that has come with the opening up of what we consider the space that the media lives in. Yes.
this is publication.
Yes.
This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. It's coming up to 9 o'clock, where we shall actually shift gears a little bit and start talking about publication and the regulation of publication. How far and how much should we regulate it? Our telephone numbers, of course, 0719-012-600. That's 0719-012-600. Spice FM is Kenya's first and only 24-hour audio-visual radio station. So, of course, we are streaming live on Facebook, Spice FM KE, on Twitter, Spice FM KE, on our website. That's www.spicefm.co.ke. And of course, our frequencies across the country. So we are covering the entire landscape, not just Kenya, but also global. That's Africa. Wherever you are in the world, you can watch us and see what's happening. And our numbers, again, 0719-012-600. Always, when you call it the Kenya's biggest conversation, is because we'd like you to participate in this being Kenya's biggest conversation. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
All right, things seem to have taken a turn for the worse, and there seems to be traffic everywhere now. Wayaki Way from Kangemi towards Westlands is slow. It's moving, but it is slow. At the same area, the James Gishuru Wayaki Way, Red Hill Road Junction, traffic is literally bumper to bumper. On Ngong Road, we had that issue approaching the approaching the city center, the city mortuary roundabout, where yes, again, traffic is bumper to bumper. But this is a situation that seems to be on Langata Road as well as Thika Road, approaching the Globe Center roundabout, where things were smooth just a few minutes ago, but now we have traffic everywhere, and we're asking exactly what is going on. So give it a few minutes, it's likely to open up. Be patient, you'll get where you're going. If you see an alternate route that you can use, give us a call or send us a message on 0719 012 600.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have Jerry Thorne, lawyer, political strategist, an insider in the corridors of power, ready to take on any side of the debate with her signature eloquence and grit. C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
2 minutes after 9 o'clock. Good morning, and how are you doing? Hashtag Situation Room. The conversation is on Twitter, also on our Facebook page, Spice FM KE. Our frequencies around the country: 94.4 in Nairobi, 87.9 in Mombasa, 102.5 in Kisumu, 96.0 Nakuru, 96.7 Eldoret, 90.9 Nyeri, 97.6 in Malindi. And of course, we are live streaming on www.spicefm.co.ke. So, CD.
You know, oral traditions were the standard manner in which many cultures around the world preserved their traditions, preserved their way of life. And human beings are given to evolving. They're given to changing. They're given to trying to improve their lives. They invented writing. They discovered writing actually enables you to do the same thing, but gives it some element of permanency. Because with oral traditions, a lot of the knowledge was embedded in individuals. Now, in 1436, all this changed. And I'm sure in 1436, nobody had foreseen what this change would bring about. A gentleman by the name of Johannes Gutenberg, a goldsmith by trade, invented what we now call, the printing press. Everyone knows about it. Now, thanks to that, many changes came about. Knowledge now was able to be packaged in a written form, be understood, and eventually disseminated to as many people as possible. Then came the information age, many centuries later, and here we are today. And with the good, the ability for people to know, understand, see, came the bad. People taking advantage of this and all manner of adverse things coming in. Now, the hand of regulations comes forth and rears its head. In this country, there's a gentleman, we mentioned him in passing. He's the Malava MP, Muluku Ijendi. He has brought in a bill. In summary, that bill seeks to ensure that what you have on your Facebook, WhatsApp, these lovely chat groups that we have for all manner of things, that they go through a vetting process and that they're given licensure before you can actually put them into practice. Now that's publishing being regularized. And I'm saying it's a good thing. It should be regularized.
So we should regulate publishing of all information.
Yes. Regulation doesn't mean you police it. It simply means you have a structure within which you expect people to conduct themselves. When there is no structure, then you give room for all the people and the varieties of interests that we have to come into play. And some of those interests are not positive. That is the problem. But regulation gives you a guideline. It gives you a passage that enables you to figure out how best to move forward, how not. We all have TVs, those who can afford. That's all I'm talking about. And if you don't, you aspire to it. Why do you think some of these wonderful gadgets we have something called parental control? Because it is understood that not everything that we have is good for children.
For everybody.
Yes. So in order for everybody to benefit, some structure takes place. Why is it that all our lives are regulated? Why do you have to go to work at a certain time, leave at a certain time? It's because it is understood. When you want certain things done, you standardize it, you regulate it, you put in a format within which people function. And we're saying that something is useful. Something that has metamorphosized into what we now call social media, not just media, social media, publishing. These things are all wonderful. They've made sure learning is easy. They've made sure information is available to everyone at the tip of your fingers. They've ensured that encyclopedia is now called Wikipedia. They've ensured that, and this is continuously updated. It means that information at the very best is always current. But that's the positive side. It's the negative side that ensures that some standardization, some regulation has to be put in place. Eric, you do remember that even right now, in the world of politics, Facebook, Google are having problems regulators in the US.
Yes,
for
indeed.
these very, very same issues. Same issues.
They had to present a case before Senate.
Yes.
The information contained in there, you must find a way of either protecting it or also regulating what people are posting and what people are sharing.
Yes.
So this is something that you're saying that we should also actually... So you think it's a good thing to start regulating how we communicate amongst ourselves? Because that's what it is. That's when you talk about those closed groups.
No.
A WhatsApp group is a closed group.
No. If you have a chama, you register it. Why don't we complain? If you have a SACCO, you register it. Why don't we complain? If you have a CBO, something that's supposed to assist people, we register it. Why don't we complain?
So you want to register conversations now?
We want to register
I think it's
groups.
the nature of the activities that make people, the imposition of the registration comes
Why
into
are
play.
you
But
afraid
if it's just
why are you afraid to have a structure within which to operate?
Because it can be limiting for starters.
Even this conversation we have here is regulated.
Absolutely.
There are certain things we can't say. There are things I know I cannot say. There are names I'd like to call some individuals. I cannot call them.
And that's limiting. That's very limiting. It's not to say it's a good thing just because the structures exist. It doesn't mean it's a good thing. It's limiting. It can curb innovation. It interferes with your right to expression and free speech.
It doesn't
There's a number
prevent
of things.
the way I think.
Put it this way. If we had limitations on the exchange of communication, we wouldn't have these very platforms. It's the exchange of communication and ideas that has led to us having platforms like Facebook and so on. And there is already an element of I would say, regulation. First of all, it's self-regulating. If you go out there and you're obnoxious and so on, people will unfollow you. If you're not nice, if, say, you're spreading malicious information. So that in and of itself, society regulates you to a certain extent. And then you do have some laws whereby, say, the spread of terrorism or terrorist information or hate speech as well, which is legal. So you do have some regulation, but what you don't want is the sort of regulation you're talking about, because it can be very restrictive. And then who would be responsible if you do break these laws and these regulations? Is it the platform? Are they responsible for the content, or is it the individual who wrote this? I think it's a slippery slope to go down, regulating content on social media, because I think there's already enough regulations, self-regulation, societal regulations, and there are some laws already preventing us from saying certain things.
It is because of the fallacy of self-regulation that you even have laws.
Well,
because people cannot self-regulate.
So you're calling it a fallacy?
It is a fallacy, because if what Njeri is proposing was true, we wouldn't need to have laws. We'd just self-regulate.
The very nature of society and some of our values, so shame and so on, will regulate individuals. I'm not going to take my clothes off and run around naked, because there's unspoken conventions and sort of
is it about running around, or is it about
constructs.
take off your clothes?
But there's sort of social contracts we have with each other as to how we conduct ourselves, and these are evident on Facebook and these social media platforms. What is the purpose? Let's look at the purpose, and then what the outcome would be. But also, it's very important we look at the fact that this would curb innovation, which we don't want to do. That's what these platforms are designed for. Communication is at the key of any development we have had as a human race, not even economically and so on. So why would we be looking to curb these platforms?
Because there are people who we don't trust. There are people who are not good people, right?
So what are we talking about? Fake news and all that?
Yes, it's that kind of.
Why not better educate the masses so as to be able to be more discerning and identify fake news? Why not do that as opposed to?
But do you know the premise on which fake news is actually based?
It's based on some element of truth.
A huge element of truth.
There's the basics of it are actually there's something that has happened where there is smoke, and then we now create fire.
Okay,
and
so
we color the fire, the smoke.
Let me take you down a little rabbit hole, CT. What's wrong with fake news?
Oh no, I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. The problem with fake news is what it does.
What does it do?
It misinforms.
Okay, and what's wrong with
And it can misinform terribly.
Okay.
Because it will take something that is completely untrue and present it.
What's wrong with the misinformed electorate?
Not just electorate, just
no. Let's go down this
on electorate
this
specifically.
rabbit hole.
What is wrong with the misinformed electorate?
Careful, CT.
No. This one I'm not going to wade in. This one I'm going to jump in feet first. And feet first. In fact, there's nothing wrong with a misinformed electorate. They don't misinform. No, they don't misinform themselves. There are people who do that job for them. They're called politicians.
Okay, so what is wrong with them? What's wrong with having a misinformed electorate?
You should tell me. You are the one who put the topic.
Well, this. If we're to follow this to its logical conclusion,
I am following it to logical conclusion.
It's the fact that they may not be able to make the right decisions when it comes to voting. Absolutely.
No.
Yes. That is what is wrong with a
But if that's what you wanted to say, why didn't you just say it?
No, it was an opportunity for me to talk about weighted voting. Sorry.
Always
fake
plugging.
News.
Always plugging, Jerry. You're always plugging. So yeah, what's wrong with fake news? So you're saying there's nothing wrong with the fake news.
No, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong. I'm asking what is wrong.
CT is saying there's nothing wrong with fake news. It's the impact of fake news. It's what it leads to.
Why I'm saying this is because look at the way Kenyans, for instance, break the news when a beloved one has died, or Africans. They never tell you directly.
No, they say, "Come, let me take you
somewhere." We need to talk about that. That's fake
to see
news.
You. Yeah.
Okay, it's a social construct that we use to be able to pass on information. Okay, when we talk to children and we explain to them things which we think are sensitive, we give them fake news. That's what we do. But it isn't that we are lying to them. That's what I'm saying. It isn't that it is bad in and of itself. It's the effect. But you're talking about, when we talk fake news, you're talking about an industry that is set up specifically to misinform. It's an industry.
Yep.
Yes. And do you know where the headquarters of this was in the world? I want someone to take it.
The headquarters of the industry of fake news.
Yes. Hungary.
There's a headquarters.
Yes.
Hungary.
Yep.
Go on.
Yeah. This is where people understood that it was a thriving business, and they went about the business of ensuring their source of information rule is Google, social media. They wouldn't take any. They wouldn't say anything that doesn't already exist. Someone says something, that's what they pick up, and then they build on it and beef it.
That's very interesting, coming out of the same country that actually exports its education. That's quite interesting.
But they saw the gap. They saw young people saw an opening, and they realized you could make money out of this.
Information.
So it's a question of, if I want something to spread, I'd go to the individual and I'd say, I'd like this done, and they would manufacture it for you and present it. And the beauty of fake news is that it sounds true. It doesn't.
Something that you
alarm
would
bells
believe.
don't ring immediately.
It's a duck in all ways.
But
it teeters on the edge of truth.
A reflection of reality, anyway.
It's a massive reflection on
don't
reality.
people go around lying based on half truths, and it's up to you to discern what's good and bad and so on?
Do you remember the spat we had in the papers the other day between Mr. Matiang'i and the senator for Kericho? Now, each was accusing the other of fake news. It happens all the time. When a Kenyan was misquoted, fake news. So and so
it's an interesting concept, but I don't think it's a basis enough. It gives a strong rationale for us to start moderating and regulating conversations.
The regulation is supposed to focus on the people who manage these processes.
Remember this,
right? Because the government, honestly, even if they tried, would not have the muscle to do it. They can put up a structure, but they can hold Facebook accountable. They can hold Google accountable.
Now
they can
tell
hold
me-
Yahoo accountable.
What about the logistics? Facebook is a global platform, as is Yahoo, whoever we're bringing up. How would it work from country to country? Would some countries be allowed to say certain things? So if I have a friend in the States, she can post or she can write something on my post, but I can't write something else on her post because of the way. As in, would it be a global and universal standard that we're looking to adhere to in terms of these regulations, or would it vary from country to country? How would it work exactly?
The people they want to hold accountable are at best not just the institutions that manage this process, but the administrators.
It's the admins of the groups.
Yes.
Of the closed groups.
Yes.
So what you're posting publicly is regulated in some way, also by Facebook itself, the owner of the platform. They're looking at the kind of content that you're sharing. If you're sharing, like you said, terrorist-related content, if you're sharing
pornographic material, there is already
gory
some
images,
regulation on
that
this
will
platform.
happen.
Really?
Absolutely.
But
You
then
can't
now
share
in
pornographic material on Facebook.
in the
And
closed-
also
in
we
the
have a
closed
reporting
groups-
system which
Mm,
helps with the
but we can
self-regulation.
sh-
You can
but we can
report
share it on WhatsApp.
offensive
In the
material.
closed groups now, when it comes down to the closed groups, and that's what we're talking about. If you have a group where somebody sends something that you consider wrong, what recourse do you have?
You can leave the group, for crying out loud.
You don't
I
have
mean,
to be there.
But the offense-
nobody is
Joined by
forcing
choice.
anybody
Offense
to
has
be
been
there. These are
committed.
consenting adults doing what they want in their own space. At what point are you interfering? Then are you going to start going to people's living rooms and having cameras there and telling them what to discuss? How can you regulate
By
what
the way,
conversations people are having?
You do not need to go into their living rooms. By virtue of the fact that they have all these fancy smartphones and computers, you are already in their living
No,
room.
what I'm asking, I thought we were discussing sort of platforms such as Facebook.
We are
but
talking about
we're
publishing,
clearly
really.
onto WhatsApp, and you're saying WhatsApp groups should be regulated. To what end, other than suppression?
I am saying the social media in its entirety. Please don't limit it to WhatsApp.
Okay, I've discussed Facebook and talked about the pitfalls to that and how I feel it is already regulated to the extent that it should be, i.e. there's a self-regulating. There's even a reporting mechanism. If you find something offensive or insightful, you're able
But
to
this
report
is
it,
determined by
and
the owner of the
Facebook would look
platform.
at it. Absolutely. I mean, with regards to terrorism, the law comes in. With
Okay.
regards to
Can I
hate
ask a-
speech, the law
can
comes
I
in.
ask a
So there's a
simple
level of regulation there. Before you go on, I want to find out what you're proposing with WhatsApp groups.
You want to control how I
do.
how I present
Isn't that what you're suggesting with these regulations?
Regulate
that we are
what CT
controlled?
is saying.
You see, here is someone who is actually putting into practice what I am proposing, and they do not seem to see that
A
what
problem with it?
Yes, and they're doing
Because
exactly what
I'm
I'm
fair.
proposing.
I don't think I should.
Precisely.
It should be imposed on everybody.
So why do you think that the other people who want to, they're not imposing to bring about a structure? Why do you think that they are not being fair?
Okay, give us an idea as to how this structure would look in a WhatsApp
I don't
group.
know
What are
how
you
the structure would
proposing?
look like.
But
I
you
am
are
agreeing
proposing
with
that
the
what's-
suggestion that they need. Remember, this is a bill that is being brought. They haven't given all the nitty-gritties. They've said it'll affect social media. And I'm saying, look.
It's a good start.
And I was going to give an example. The other day, there's this particular matter of this young man who went to a certain school which went viral. Social media.
Let's open up the phone lines and also hear what the big conversation or what everybody else thinks. I've got Weber. Weber, good morning.
Good morning.
How
Good
is
morning.
Kisumu today?
Kisumu is fine. It's sunny.
It's a good thing.
I want to ask Ndu,
Yes.
Ndu,
Yes.
what will happen to those people who take those the fraudsters who take the SIM cards, the ID of other people, register it, and then they post nonsense and then they discuss it? What will happen to such a kind of individual?
You're asking what would happen to those particular individuals if they were caught?
Those who take
Or what you're
other
saying is that
people's
there
ID
needs
cards.
to be something put in place to regulate such people.
Exactly. Kwa sababu, you see, we cannot start following up on WhatsApp groups because it will bring about other avenues, scapegoats. So I will just say let the government just regulate the CBOs, the SACCOs, and the stuff, but leave alone the social life of the people. Because if I'm following you, like Eric, I'm following you maybe on Twitter, on WhatsApp, on Facebook, and you are speaking nonsense, it will be my obligation to leave it and
to unfollow me.
To unfollow you.
Unless, of course, he's hypnotized you into staying, which I guess is what CT is foreseeing could happen, and that's why we need regulations. I mean,
so you're saying that the regulation should come, but it should not come when we're dealing with people's personal conversations.
Jerry, you asked a very good question. What will happen if I post something and maybe a Nigerian likes it and maybe I cannot respond to it because Moses Kuria can come after me? What will happen in such a kind of a situation?
Yeah, we have to understand they're global platforms, so it would be a very delicate process trying to regulate.
My mind was, my mind was, let us just let the government, because this is like a Kenyan thing now. Let the government regulate the CBOs, the circles, and the stuff. But when it comes to social life, let it be a personal.
Absolutely, it's a complete intrusion and an infringement on your right to private life, right to expression.
It's a private life.
Absolutely.
But what about in those instances where, as Citi was saying, we're talking about publishing information and sharing it publicly, right? So you come up with information and you share it with the people who are members of your closed group, let's say a WhatsApp group, okay? But that information, you've deliberately actually published misleading information. That's fake news. Of course, the members of that group also share it outside.
But you see, that's when you talk such a kind of thing, the thing that comes to my mind is somebody like Robert Alai. You see, Robert Alai has got a lot of following.
Yes.
And to regulate such a kind of a guy is so hard. So, hapo itakuwa ngumu for the government to intervene. Kwa sababu when it comes to fake news, we cannot live without it. It's something that's going on, because look at the pornography section. The whole world cannot even contain the pornography section. So the fake news will just be there like the pornography thing.
So it'll just become another industry.
Yeah, it's becoming another industry, because that's what people are wanting, to get the views, the likes, and the stuff.
So you're saying there should be no kind of regulation within this personal space in which people operate, especially for social media?
I don't think if we can have such a kind of regulation. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Weber.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day in Kisumu. 0719-012-600. We've opened up the phone lines. We'd love to know what you think. This is Kenya's biggest conversation.
People thought no one could go to the moon until they got there. So thinking that you can't regulate.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying you shouldn't. The two are very different.
However, carry on.
No, I am still sort of like gathering myself and figuring out what to say.
Whether can't and shouldn't are the same.
When my conversation has been contributed to so extensively and so comprehensively, I have to take this in and give thanks to the Almighty.
You know how I feel about building an argument on a false premise.
Right. Building an argument on a premise you don't like. No, you will give it fake news and call it false.
You were suggesting that we can't. I said, no, I'm sure we can in terms of our ability to do it. But I don't think we should even be attempting to try
and
regulate private conversations.
The very process we do. Why do you think we have hate speech issues? That is regulation.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. We already have enough regulation.
So the things that we have, like hate speech regulation, we have parental guidance, etc., etc. We have things like that. Are we saying that is what Jerry is saying is that is enough? But in terms of the conversations
it's not enough.
In terms of the
social
conversations
media
that people
you're basically telling people with
what
fake
to say,
people
how
don't fully
to say
understand
it.
They're still gaga about it, and they think it's a lovely, 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 lovely little thing.
You're basically saying
it's like trying to look at a small crocodile and think, lovely, lovely reptile.
Until it grows into something.
Yes.
You're basically saying, CT, because of the propensity of people to lie.
Yes.
Because of the ability of people to lie and the ease with which you can disseminate these lies on social media, we should then regulate social media.
We should.
So what you're telling people is lying needs to be regulated or needs to be curbed. Whereas we do it in everyday life, face to face. You cannot regulate or you cannot legislate for morality.
Careful, Jerry,
There are cases.
You're
That's
going
where
to contradict
perjury also
yourself
comes
here.
in.
Careful.
Jerry.
Go on, tell me where I'm about to
Self-regulation, please, careful. Careful.
I told you, I'm okay with holding two contradictory thoughts.
Eric,
Occasionally it
you were
happens.
saying something before the self-regulator.
I'm saying even lying is actually outlawed. When you're caught to have lied, that's where perjury also comes in. If you actually lie and you found
Lie
to
to
have
a
lied
court, that's very
deliberately,
different. But lying to you, Eric, I lie to you every day. You ask me how was your morning, I say good. That's
and
nonsense.
you
It
don't mean
wasn't
it.
good. I didn't enjoy getting here. It's early. That's a lie. So you want to be able to regulate the response I give you when you ask me how was your morning?
Regulation,
because if I say something decent, it might be considered fake
regulation
news.
isn't intended to stop you.
I actually consider it fake news already. So, but you see, the issue is if you're actually telling a lie, right? So, and you said it yourself, Jerry. The way we are socialized, we have ways, means, and mechanisms of ensuring that we reduce the incidences of lying. Right, so if you lied about something, you lied that you're
and
a
you
good
keep
person,
lying,
and you keep lying,
you'll be
caught.
ostracized, and eventually
There you
society
go.
won't want anything to do with you. So we do have mechanisms in place, social
Let's
contracts
formalize
with
them.
each other. No, what for? You don't do that. I want to be able to lie if I want. I have that right. I have the right to lie as an individual. Why are you taking that away from me? Because the platform through which I'm doing it is different. I can understand why there's certain licenses that are given to media houses whereby integrity is important. But the government cannot legislate and try and push me to be a person of integrity if I don't want to be. I don't have to be forced to tell the truth or not to tell a lie. I have the right to lie if I want.
You can speak a lie, but don't tell a lie.
So, I mean, how
You see,
far
this
do
is
we push
this?
this?
Is where conmanship comes in.
No.
You're taken to court as a conman. Why are you taken to court as a conman? Because there was fraud.
But
You
I don't think
that's completely different.
In this
And
case,
you are
we're not
lying.
operating
No,
in
I
the
can
legal.
lie to you
We're
about
not
even how I look with filters on my pictures. Is that a lie?
Yes.
Putting makeup, is that a lie?
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is.
where do we stop with this? Am I misleading you? What is considered a lie? If I put makeup, is that considered a lie? Have
Your
I
intention.
misled
Because
you?
I'm not showing you my true
No,
self.
no.
Or
It's
how does
very
that?
different also from
Your
you saying
intention.
fraud. Fraud actually has a definition in criminal law. It's not, that somebody lied. There has to be sort of misappropriation of funds with intention to permanently deprive. There's actual definitions of theft, fraud, and so on. So lying is not a crime. No, not unless you're doing it in court or what have you. But lying isn't a crime. Why are we trying to criminalize it?
It is.
Because we want to make it
What,
now.
lying is a crime?
It is.
Where?
It's in the face of what is known to be true. If the information you give is contrary and it's found to be false.
What if it's your honestly held belief?
If it's honestly held, it's fine.
If it's
but
an
if you
honest,
intention,
how are you going to tell if I don't? Lying is not a crime. What are you talking?
Isn't. Look,
it's not okay.
Okay, let's listen to CT. Tell me where lying is a crime.
You see, you are saying that because you honestly believe something to be true, even if it is a lie, then you are suggesting that it cannot be wrong. Is that what you're saying?
No, I am suggesting that it is no longer a lie, or it is contentious as to whether it's a lie or not. Because lying is you are intentionally deceiving somebody. But if there's something I hold, or it's an honestly held belief that today is Tuesday, or let's say when I say to you it's Wednesday today, and it's an honestly held belief. Although it's Tuesday, I wasn't lying to you. Do you understand? But now we're going into philosophy. Let us hear where it's
the
criminal
premise
to
you're
lie.
saying that the premise of a lie is not predicated on the circumstances but on the individual.
Absolutely. If it also depends on the intention of the individual. Are they looking to deceive you? Do you understand?
So,
an honestly held belief is very
don't-
different from a
you don't
lie.
have
even
to
if the
intend
honestly
to
held-
deceive. Please understand.
With a lie,
No,
you
you
do have
don't.
to
Lie,
intend.
the elements with-
Absolutely.
in
No.
With
lying
the
or-
lie, you know what
or
the
lying
truth
is
You
is.
can
speaking the truth
deceive
is the element
without
of
intending
intent.
to deceive.
The element
Absolutely.
of
It
intent is
doesn't make it
considered.
right.
No, it doesn't make it right, but it makes it less immoral. Do you understand? To deceive without intent.
Morality comes in.
And also in the very definition of deceive, there's an element of
Dishonesty.
intent. Absolutely. But I want to hear where you're saying lying is criminal.
I'm saying it's criminal because if you have a case that goes before a court and that information that you've just given is brought before a judge and you say, I said this because I believed it wholeheartedly, and yet it is contrary to the truth, it will be a lie.
Yes, but you wouldn't get in trouble for, say, being in contempt of court. Absolutely. If it was an honestly held belief, it was a mistaken understanding. You don't get in trouble.
You're the lawyer, Jerry. How does perjury work?
Hold on. Perjury works when you lie.
How does it work in this case? For example,
when you intentionally mislead the court, if what you're telling, absolutely. But also, if there's lies,
if you believe it, you will mislead. But your argument is that you didn't know that you were misleading, but you misled.
So it remains a lie, regardless of the element of intent. If you don't,
a lie is a lie.
You don't bring it, so we can't say.
When you intend to lie, you
when
lie.
you intend to lie, you lie. When you don't intend to lie, you still lie.
That's the point I'm making.
No, that's not a lie. It's
so look at it. Given an example, if a child, look at it like
this:
if a child is coming home, and at this point in time, their mother is usually in the house, and they meet a neighbor along the way, and they say, "Is your mother at home?" The child will say, "Yes, my mother is at home," because that child is making that statement based on knowledge that they have. Absolutely. They believe that the mother is at home.
But the mother
should
is
they
not
get
at
home and the mother is not there?
Were they lying?
And then this neighbor comes later and says, "Where's your mother?
lied to
You
me.
told me that your mother was home. You lied to me." This child did not believe that they were telling a lie. Based on historical, they believed that the mother was at home. So now I'm asking, are we looking at, without the element of intent, do we say now that you're speaking the truth or telling a lie? Is that taken into consideration? So now when it comes back,
I think
when it comes
intention
back
is crucial.
to these,
When you come to regulating, I think
when
intention
it comes to
is
regulation, and what you intended or did not intend to speak out in a group, for example, on social media, how then can you regulate such a thing? My intent was to inform. My intent was to, entertain. My intent was to educate. If I was sending out a message that would now be harmful to someone else, how would that then be regulated if my intent was not taken into consideration? Because when we're being social, from a personal point of view, some of these things need to be taken into consideration as well. Can we legislate? Can we regulate some of these things? Can we really?
Yes, you can.
0719-012-600. Can you not? Good morning. It's 9:30.
Calling all Spice FM listeners. Feeling a little light in the pocket? This is your chance to win as much as 5,000 shillings every day on the Spice Drive with me, Monique, by simply participating in our brand new Spice FM Mystery Voice Challenge. If you think you can recognize this mystery voice,
there's a time I came home at 8.
Then call into the Spice Drive every weekday or participate via social media to claim your prize. Spice FM, sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
How well do you know your country? Given a chance, where would you go? Not so many places, huh? Would you even know how to get there? Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know. Well, oh ye gallivanters and tourists alike, here is your chance to not only know, but also visit amazing destinations in Kenya with complete recommendations, guides, and tips on accommodation spots, wellness stops, and food joints all over Kenya. How you ask? Courtesy of the biggest locally targeted tours and travel magazine, Travelog. Travelog is your monthly pull-out magazine in the Standard newspaper every first Thursday of the month. With Travelog, enjoy the beauty of life that Kenya has to offer. Visit exotic and hidden destinations, be part of amazing conservation campaigns and projects as you simply enjoy Kenya. It's our way of putting Kenya on the map. Grab your copy and be aboard the fun wagon as you improve the quality of your local travel experiences. Travelog, Jione Kenya. Tired of living your same old life? Need to spice it up and add some flavor? Well, we can help you go from living to living it up. East Africa, are you ready to be a part of the most vibrant entertainment scene with the best, freshest music, travel tips and destinations, fashion, tech and health trends, as well as your favorite celebrities' lifestyles? Introducing your favorite entertainment magazine, Pulsar, the ultimate all-in-one guide that will give you more meaning to life. Catch up with your celebrity writers and contributors to stay up to date with what's happening around you, where and how you can be a part of all that. The lifestyle guide that has been missing in your life. Pulsar. Live it up.
98.7 Spice FM, Mombasa. Traffic.
Finally, good news across our roads. We still had a situation where traffic was bumper to bumper along Waiaki Way, but that seems to be dissipating. Getting into the city centre is no longer much of a headache around about 9:30 this morning. Coming off the superhighway, coming off Langata Road and Jogo Road, entering into the CBD, not much of an issue, and definitely leaving the CBD using any of these routes to get where you're going is not a problem. We've got around about the hour. We can see there is definitely paradise on our roads. Unless something else happens that you need to let us know about, do give us a call or send us a message. We'll keep it moving this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Hashtag Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. 94.4 Nairobi, 87.9 Mombasa, 102.5 Kisumu, 96.0 in Nakuru, 96.7 Eldoret, 90.9 Nyeri, 97.6 Malindi. Being the first and only audio-visual radio station, we are streaming live on www.spicefm.co.ke. Also on our Facebook page, that is Spice FM KE. The conversation also happens on Twitter, Spice FM KE, and hashtag Situation Room. So we're talking about publication. So there's a bill that's being mooted by the Malava Member of Parliament, right?
Mr. Malulu Injendi.
Malulu Injendi.
Yes.
And Malulu Injendi is saying we need to start regulating conversations because of what is happening. And actually, there was also another MCA from Mombasa who also had attempted the same thing. And the issue here is when you're in private groups, in Facebook or on WhatsApp or such other private groups, then the administrators of those groups need to apply for permission to actually open such a group, set up a group. Don't just set up groups haphazardly, randomly, left, right, and center.
Yes.
Add people. And then you start giving them all sorts of stories and sending them all sorts of information.
Mm-hmm. And then, yes, and it behoves you to have a code of conduct by which you're going to regulate that thing. It's you. They're going to hold responsibility.
The admin.
You, the person who's in charge of it. And it's the responsibility actually falls on your shoulders. You see, in a sense, this is self-regulation because it is your group.
Yep.
It is your group. It is you who administers it.
So you're basically guilty by association. It's saying if you commit a crime in my house, I would be charged for that crime, in essence,
Yes.
if we're to reflect
Accessory.
it in real life. No, I'm not. No, see.
Isn't there a legal term like that?
Let's just throw in vocabulary here.
Accessory.
No, it can be an accessory to murder, but not by virtue of being in my house or in my
next
presence
to.
when I commit the crime.
You
we have
will
to have
be.
had some interaction, and you must have aided.
How
and
can I
abetted.
not have interaction? I'm in your house.
No, to do with the crime, you must have helped me.
It took place in your house.
CT. Now, let's go back to this WhatsApp and this regulating of groups. And what they're proposing is that an administrator is the one who would be culpable if there was any criminal charges brought against him. If indeed they can actually put together charges that are considered criminal. Now, that itself is an absurdity that such a law would bring about. Because, as I gave you the example, because you have posted in a group that I created, so I've created a situation, because you've posted in that group, I am going to be held liable for that?
Yes, if you don't report.
If I don't report.
I think so.
Well, that's
But
not
I
going
think
to do much.
because as the administrator of the group, you're basically the whip.
Mhm.
You're the one who sets the rules for the group and says, this is how we're going to conduct ourselves in this group. And if somebody veers off what you've set and agreed as common standards, then you take responsibility over that person. You know, either if it's grievous,
So what if
you
he
report
sends
them.
a barrage of insults to a certain community, let's say, which would be considered hate speech, and then leaves the group? So then somebody else in the group tells on him to the authorities or alerts the authorities as to his behavior. And then the authorities would come for me as Jerry for
the
the
Those
administrator
are
of that
details
group.
that are not clear.
No, it's important that we look at how
just
this
make
law would
note
work.
of you, because we already do have bloggers and people like that who do such things. They just make note of you. And at some time, they probably call into us, explain, to tell us what it is that
What
you're
is all
talking.
this?
So that's they talk about. Remember, Jerry, this is not a precedent that is new. On the international scale, there's something called the Rome Statute. Now, you're the lawyer here, and please correct me if I'm wrong. One of the requirements, one of the things that they laid out when they brought in people for crimes that they thought should be judged, and that high court was what they considered what it is you did to prevent it. That's what they consider. Among
So
the things
omission,
that
it's omission is
Yes.
commission. If you have a duty,
Yes,
omission
they
is
also knew that this is a person who receives instructions. It's not, they know this, but what did you do? Is there something you did that could have averted this thing for which you're being accused?
But you didn't do.
Precisely.
Right.
So
it's the same thing with the WhatsApp group admin.
That's when you have a duty of care, where I know the law you refer to, whereby omission, not doing something, is considered commission. But you must have a duty of care. You must have a duty to do something in the first instance. Otherwise, you know what absurdity it would lead to? Let me give you a good example, which actually exists in some countries, whereby if we were sat on the beach and there's 50 of us and somebody drowns, we would all be culpable for their death because we did nothing about it. So we have to be careful when we put that law into place, whereby omission, by not doing something, you have committed a crime. And I think in France, they have laws that reflect that. And to me, that's again trying to legislate for morality. But you don't have a duty to act on somebody else's criminality.
But
You don't even have a duty to report a crime, I don't think. I don't know about Kenya.
There are things that are sometimes put into the Constitution. This is my view as a layman. Not so much as to enforce a legal position, but to put the minds of a certain group at ease.
Right.
Okay, for instance, there was an issue when South Africa got independence about the whites, and some of them felt that they should have recourse. They should have leeway to separate should they need to. As I speak, unless someone corrects me here, it is in their constitution. They can.
What, cessation? Like
Yes, they can.
secede, yeah.
They can. But
I don't know about. I don't know enough about
yes,
it.
all I'm saying is, it's that understanding that if it's going to make you relax, that you can stay in the country and you can leave, so be it. The thing is, it's like with our laws of trying to get someone out of a position of authority to impeach. It's there. Try it.
But don't ever try it.
No,
because
please,
you'll
by all
be-
means,
yes.
try it. It hardly ever works, but it's there because it is important for people to know that should you want this, there's a legal process you can follow. Now, that particular bluff was called by one Mr. Ekuro Court because he followed the law. He got the $1 million plus. I think guys were sitting there saying, I can't get
$1
it.
million.
Oh, yes, he got the $1 million. And here we are, we have a lively debate on this matter of
Punguza mzigo.
precisely. So all I'm saying is there are certain things you put in place simply because you know it acts as a deterrent. It is useful. It's something that makes someone pause. So people who are given to just flights of fancy and free fall are limited.
So we're looking at a situation where we're dealing with it on a social level now, to say that if we have a framework like this having been put in place, it's then going to limit people, or at least tame people to the kinds of things that they put out there. Parents, for example, as one group that you might be concerned about in terms of what their children are consuming on social media, then maybe we'll be put at rest to know that, okay, such things will not fly out at us or fly out at our children, and then they be exposed to 1, 2, 3 other things that could be detrimental to their social build-up or their social makeup. Other groups then, you know, if we're looking at legislators, in this case, legislators of social, of morality, to say that, okay, because there's regulation at the group level in social media, for example, because we know that stands, then at least we know that people will be careful in terms of what they put out there.
Yes.
And that's what this does, essentially.
Deterrent.
Not necessarily trying to police people
deterrent.
in terms of what they're able to say, share, inform, educate, etc., etc.
There's something Jerry keeps mentioning, and I'm going to give an example of one occasion where exemplifies how right she actually is. This one occasion, not the others.
I'm
This
always
one.
right.
This one.
particular
This
one.
one. One of the things that came up in when our constitution writing was the inclusion of the people who subscribe to the Islamic faith.
Yeah.
Hey.
The Catholic courts.
Man, our Christians kicked a fuss. They showed levels of intolerance that are completely unchristian.
Almost warlike.
Yes, unchristian, because, and I saw the hand of the evangelicals in America in this one, because they are the ones who are blindly against Islam without, I even get them, but they don't even understand this thing very well.
Yeah.
But sober heads went and said, look, excuse me, these are citizens like us. They have a right like us, same. But it created a fuss. There are things you must look at with a long-term vision, a telescopic view. You make that decision because it's going to enable the moment.
Public interest.
Yes, people feel I'm included. I'm part of this thing. I have a say. And that's one of the reasons why you find them being included in all these bodies that we keep having. That's inclusivity. That one our people do fairly well. They try because they know it's important.
Now let's go back to this your idea of curtailing people's freedom of speech and freedom of expression and right to express themselves as a deterrent. You're saying it would stop people. So you're saying it wouldn't be criminal in that we're not looking to arrest you, but by having laws in place, it would deter you from saying certain things. Why do you want to stop people from saying certain things? Maybe
Why
it's a
do
way, it's a form of expression. And how will we know? Okay, let's go back to this boy. Actually, I think it's an interesting comparison, or it's an interesting one to use. This boy last week who was speaking all manner of profanities and recording himself on a roof and threats and so on. If we're not allowed to say that or do that, how would we know what exactly is going on? This was actually an opportunity where this boy is expressing his frustration, or we can know what is going on in his
you are
household.
talking about stopping such a thing. Remember, I am talking about putting a structure that regulates. Regulation is not stopping. No, regulation is saying we order it in a certain way.
What would that structure?
Yes.
What would that structure look like? Is it a legal framework you're discussing? Is it a moral one?
The premise on which this discussion is based is a legal
are they
framework that has been
repercussions?
proposed.
So there are legal repercussions
Yes,
depending on
yes.
what you say.
Yes.
So basically, you're curtailing people's rights. When you talk about structure, I thought maybe you meant a schema where it's unspoken and this is how we should do things.
If it's
But
unspoken, then how will that be regulated?
The minute you can have unspoken conventions,
Like?
it happens. Such as I can't come up and just smell you. There's unwritten rules that we have as a society. In that,
sorry.
that's an example.
Give
of
someone
a
else
social,
as an example,
No, as
because
the
you
social
can.
CT, get out of here. Like, there's unwritten rules that we follow as human beings, right?
Yeah.
And those are what we call unspoken conventions. And usually they're sort of intertwined with cultures and norms depending on where you come from and so on. So things like personal space is an unspoken convention. And I thought maybe that's what you're suggesting when you say structures. But when you start talking about legal repercussions for not following these structures, then you're actually criminalizing certain elements of conversation.
The
certain
moment you have
elements
a
of
bill, the moment it's a bill, surely
it's law.
Yes.
It's law. Now, what I want to know is what they are proposing in this bill. Because when I ask you, you say, oh, it's just structures.
No.
And it
So
will
what
act
they're
as a
proposing in this bill,
deterrent.
should you, if this is law, should you break
What
the
they're
law
saying
per
is
se,
you
then what
cannot
would
lie.
happen?
You cannot lie because earlier we were talking about lying and fake
there's
news.
a content.
You know,
So
right
you
now we're
cannot lie.
discussing
Fake
something
news.
that has been proposed. Please understand. If it was the law, we'd be discussing the law. Okay, it isn't the law. I am simply saying that the idea behind the bill is something I support. And I can only discuss what I have read and the information that is available.
Agreed.
And that's the information that's available. Okay, when more is available, I'll be able to discuss it in greater detail.
But maybe they won't make more, whatever would allow more to be available, they're going to curtail that. Can you see how lack of information can also be problematic?
It's called speculation, Jerry. And not
No,
just
what I think earlier,
wild speculation.
CT, I think earlier what you were saying, we were talking about the spread of fake news, and you thought that such a law would be a good structure, or it would give us a framework where we can stop this idea of fake news. And I was saying we already have measures in place whereby you have licensed media houses. So even in terms of trust, who you're trusting with information, you don't have to be as discerning when you're listening maybe to the BBC. Maybe, not to say that they don't do or they don't give fake news, but in an environment such as WhatsApp and somebody's spreading fake news, surely you can decide for yourself whether you're going to ingest that and act upon it in terms of form a prejudice against a group or whatever it is. And you should be given that freedom. People should be able to spread what they want unless it falls under the criteria that is already set out for by the law, i.e. terrorism or...
Why don't we set out other criteria, Jerry?
Such as... But you see, are
That's
you seeing what I'm
for example,
suggesting?
If you take an example, for example, there's a case in court, so we can't really discuss the merits of it. There's a case in court about somebody who has been accused of spreading malicious creating and spreading malicious
defamation.
information.
There's a law for that.
It wasn't actually defamation. It's just you created a fake letter and you shared it, and in which you are alleging that.
Well, that's probably fraud. It will be covered by some law. Did he gain from it financially? You'll find then it's fraudulent.
So here's the thing, Jerry, that this person has shared this information on a WhatsApp group. You've created a WhatsApp group. You've shared that information there. So you've basically broadcast information which you know maybe that is false, right? So how do we ensure that the members of that group also do not fall prey to your ill intention?
By there's laws, you're not going to practice your ill intention because there's laws such as fraud, these crimes such as fraud, which are punishable.
Look, you know what
when it comes to fake news, there's no law for fake news or against.
There isn't. Look, we were talking about publishing in its entirety. You see, one of the things about acquiring information, reading, is you get involved in what you call shared experience. Okay, whether it's for academic purposes, whether it's for entertainment, it's just for the knowledge of it. But the thing that you must bear in mind when you look at all these things is this. You see, at some point, human beings have this understanding that content must always be regulated. If you're watching a movie, they rate it for you. Parental guidance required, this and this, X-rated, triple X-rated. All that is structures. Human beings, by their very existence, have to have structures for them to live as orderly as
Need
they
rules,
do.
yeah.
Yes. So this is just an extension that has come about because of something this is new. This thing isn't something that we've had for the last 100 years. It's new. And we are understanding its enormity now. And it's this understanding, the positive and now the negative, that people are saying, hey, wait a moment. Perhaps some structures need to be put in place so that this thing, the beneficial aspects come to the fore and the negative is curtailed. That's really it. Look, even the countries that I mentioned Hungary, North Macedonia, Romania, US, in that order.
US?
Yes.
Fake news.
Fake
Yes.
news. Oh,
yes.
fake news.
But North Macedonia, Russia, Romania sort of like take the cup. Hungary.
Wow.
Yes, they take the cup. Then the US comes somewhere there. But the uniqueness about Hungary is that there's a guy called Orban. He at some point was the Minister of Information. He got all the private media houses to more or less coalesce and work under one big umbrella. So everything of this is coordinated under one structure. Now, this would suit you perfectly.
No, I'm all for pluralism.
This is dictatorship, cleverly manipulated.
Oh, from a governance point of view, it's needed in a benevolent dictatorship.
Yes. A free press which the government controls.
Has huge. So what did he do? Or what?
No, I'm simply saying Orban. I'm saying they will tell you that the freedom of press, and the point I'm making is that is the freedom of press which is more or less controlled by the government. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, how free is it?
Once you introduce the elements of control, it's no longer free.
I'm going somewhere with my story
Here
to
we
explain
go.
this. During the Second World War, there is a government that actually had an entire ministry for propaganda.
Propaganda, the Germans.
Entire. So this wasn't, it was mainstream. Now propaganda is fake news. Okay? So if you can legislate for structures, you can also legislate and just free the damn thing so that people can just be as chaotic as they like. This is the thing about legislation. Nothing is stopping someone from coming up with the legislation and saying, no, we don't want this, or going to court and stopping this one, and saying, no, we just want people to just trade insults willy-nilly as they see fit on social media and send pornography. We are saying that this is something new to the point of sometimes even being scary when you look at the enormity of what it can do. The problems that we're having in Egypt now arose from one gentleman who resides in
Spain.
Yes, who put up structures for LCC because they say the wife did not want to live in the house, the palace in Hosni.
Who says it's a problem? Maybe it's progressive. Who says Egypt is facing problems? Maybe it's the will of the people. The will of the people is finally crystallizing.
The government of Egypt is currently facing a problem. Is that more
sure?
acceptable?
I understand that, but the people of Egypt have been given a platform and a reason and
Some
information.
people in Egypt.
Yes.
So you can say actually it's the will of the people in Egypt which is crystallizing, which is not a
some
problem.
people,
So it's an enhancement to democracy.
If you're going to piggyback your argument on mine, at least piggyback it on a proper premise.
Anyway, finish. I've been trying not to interrupt you, to be honest.
Not on a false one, because
I've been really, CT, I've been trying not to interrupt you, but carry on and then finish. Get to the point. Sorry.
Actually, The interruptions, I have taken the view are complementary. Yes, because you see the point and you feel you must graft yourself into it so that you can carry out your ideas. Yes. The point I'm making is social media is being pointed to as the culprit that spread this particular propaganda that brought this about. Because that's how the information spread. In the absence of social media, this wouldn't have happened. But Jerry, bear in mind that even when you have structures, human beings have this tendency in them. They will go against structures.
Right.
But the structures need to exist.
In case we do come up, we get to the point where we have a situation where things could potentially get out of hand in terms of what people are sharing in terms of information, because social media could get to the point whereby it's being used as a tool, in certain cases for other things. So we're saying if a proper framework is being put in place for regulation, then it would make sense in then terms of people know what they are able to say or not say.
For instance,
share and not share.
How do we know what these politicians of ours say? Because of social media. How do we know there was a politician who was playing some football, fell down and started yelling about, oh, Sishike, oh, my arm? How? Social media. How do we know when some member of parliament? Social media. How do we know about hate speech? Social media, because someone takes a picture, records it, sends it, so we get to know about it. We're saying there is something definitely good about it, but what is rotten about it can be so rotten, you need to have a structure within which you can actually curtail it.
Including recording somebody and then sharing it on social media. Like, having a conversation and then I'm recording this conversation and I maliciously share it. That's wrong.
It's wrong. It's wrong. We've seen the negative sides of it when people take pictures, someone becoming pictures, and then it's wrong.
That's your right to privacy there that you're discussing. But what you're saying is not completely incorrect, CT, in that we...
Things take a turn.
No.
The English, I would say, it's called a backhanded compliment. But carry on with the backhanded compliment, please.
No, I'd agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong, so I've got to correct you. What you're saying does, it does... You do have a point in that you do need some structures. You do need a level of regulation, because what you don't want is what you're talking about, a ministry of propaganda like there was in Germany with Goebbels spreading malicious and actually very damaging and
fake news.
So you don't want this, but we already have this in place. This is what I'm saying. The current laws are enough to cover us.
Our laws?
We have, yes, absolutely.
Do they
take into consideration social media, for example, that is still considered a new media?
Hold on. Yes, terrorist information. You cannot spread or disseminate terrorist information. You cannot hate speech. So irregardless of the platform that you are using. So that covers us for things like when you talk about Goebbels or the Ministry of Propaganda and his sort of denigration of the Jews and dehumanization of the Jews. You can't do that. And that's covered. Pornography, I don't know if you can legislate for it, because
you still can't share it. You cannot actually. Yes.
Is it illegal to share pornography
amongst? If you send me stuff and I consider it offensive, I can take you to court on that.
Right. Okay.
Especially when it comes
to for me, that's one too many laws anyway. I think we should be able to share pornography if you want with individuals.
Yep.
So for me, that's one too many laws. But my point here is we have sufficient laws, sufficient structures in place, both legally and also from a perspective of socially and our social interactions. We have those in place. We don't need anything more to curtail our freedom of expression. I said it could lead to lack of innovation if you're sort of boxing people, telling them what to discuss. If it's a matter of fake news and spreading it, we're all discerning citizens. We can pick up whether something is a lie or not. And there are licensed media houses where you can you can look to those for information. But if Robert Alai wants to send me something and it's rumor mongering, then so be it. There's also laws in defamation that cover against that. So we have enough laws to help us navigate through this web that is social media. We don't need any more. We would be pushing it a notch too far, and it could have dire consequences. And we could also be missing out on it could lead to us missing out on the very benefits that social media brings us as a communication tool.
Do you agree?
Well, I think we're looking at the point where we're talking about what people feel and how they want to inform and how they want to educate or entertain. I think that when we get to the point where we want to curtail that, then perhaps there are other things that we need to be looking at in terms of what we should be paying attention to. I think we do have our plate quite full in terms of what we should be paying attention to, and maybe this is something that we really ought to, at this point, let slide.
We just let it slide, let it pass.
Live and let live. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you very much for joining us. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. We've been with you since 6 a.m. Now it's coming up to 10 o'clock. Of course, between now and 3 o'clock, uninterrupted music, sugar and spice, and everything nice. Between 3 and 7 o'clock, you're going to have Monique on Spice Drive. 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock. And then from 7 to 9, the adults in the room. That's Emmanuel Kisiangani, Eric Omondi, and Barbara Mbaka. The conversation continues tomorrow morning. Once again, the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Of course, we want you to join us again from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And Jerry has already promised that we're going to be discussing the role.
Church and state.
Church and state. Should church stay?
Have a say in state matters and governance matters.
And then, of course, we shall define what is state and what is not. Good morning. It's 10 o'clock.
Spice up your life